it's freaking Saturday. Oh yeah. So I'm back. Wow, I haven't been on fucking Twitch for what seems like an eternity at this point. And consistency is what it is, you know. But I've got some time today, so I thought I would use some of that for streaming. And it's like 11 a.m. over here right now, so we have a good amount of hours, and I also want to stream later in the evening after dinner, so possibly 2 streams today. Who knows? We'll see. So we've got a few things planned today that I think should be interesting, but first we still have some stream raiders, assuming that it actually pops up. Come on, there we go. And we're in the middle of a map here. So let's just go ahead and try and see if people are gonna be interested in joining up now. Yeah, this is just the start of the map, so can't quite remember anything actually because it's been so long since I last streamed. And it might just be that everyone's just like assuming that I kind of just passed away or something, stopped streaming. Which is not the case. I haven't intended on like straight up dropping streaming altogether. It's just that recently I've not had the time to do so. Or rather, I've had the time like here and there, but it would have been like 2-hour streams maybe, and I would have been so tired that it would probably have been a slog fest to get through. So instead I decided to wait until I was a little bit more good on time and feeling a bit more fresh, if you know what I mean. So let's just keep this simple. So today I've got some Dyson Sphere Program sort of planned, if you will. I was playing it a little bit yesterday just to get a bit of a warm up, making a new save and all that. So let's see. God damn it, of course. Always when I want to show something. Okay, so while I start up Dyson Sphere Program, you will notice now that there are achievements for this game. If you've never played this game before, don't worry, we'll get into it. But it's basically a factory building game, but on like celestial bodies, I guess. It's a bit harder to explain than that, but or a little bit more complicated, but that's the general gist. So we've got like 100 achievements or so to like get, I think, and I already got like a few yesterday, and as you can see, like the percentage of these is 0.1% because they're brand new. So I have played Dyson Sphere Program before, but a long time has passed since. And I thought, well, now that the achievements are in, maybe that would give me another motivation to get started on this again. So I've had like, I think it was 75 hours I looked up yesterday, which is pretty much just one save trying to get to the end, which is very similar. If you've ever played Factorio, you pretty much already know what this game is going to be about. Let's see here. Switch it over to the actual overlay, please. There we go. So yeah, it's very similar to Factorio in a lot of ways, but also not quite. It's got a lot of the similarities with other factory-related games, but, you know, just like it always is, they tend to stand out in one way or another. Actually, I've not balanced the audio for this. Bad, Dragon, bad. Okay. Let me just... Yeah, because that's probably pretty loud. Because I'm just noticing the sound levels over on my right. Blah, blah, blah. Music. Oh, goddammit, it's one of those games. So this game is made in Unity, the game engine in which I personally have experience working in as well. And a lot of games these days end up being made in. It's like always that discussion, do you want to go Unreal Engine or do you want to go Unity? And game developers that tend to ask those questions don't really ever get a clear answer, actually, because it's not as straightforward as you would think. Okay, let's see if we can get these volumes correct. So if I click this now, Okay, that is pretty loud still, it seems. Let's try and go with 70 ambient sound. Let's try and put that at 70 as well. And I know game main volume does change everything globally, but sometimes audio settings work in very weird ways. So, what is Dyson Sphere Program? Well, apart from what I've already explained, it being a factory building game, we're also in space. And we actually start out in space itself, flying to our first planet. And the reason why it's called a Dyson Sphere is that that is actually the main goal of the game. The general gist is that you're like this robot, whatever machine that's walking around called, it's called an Icarus. And your sort of objective is to establish these Dyson spheres in order to produce power for a, what would you even call it, like basically the Matrix, but in a good way. So the general idea is that the planet, I believe if I remember correctly, ran out of space for people. So people started getting their consciousnesses transferred to a virtual space where they would continue living and, well, propagating and populating as well. Meaning that that is like the reason why humankind needs to gain more and more power, and Dyson spheres have the ability to produce a lot of power over time. So that is why your goal is to do all this, is to sort of fuel this virtual network somewhere out in like space, basically. So you're just one of many Icaruses, and that's sort of the general gist of it. And starting out, we do want to have like our randomly generated world here, and you can't really do much. Like, you can set how many stars you have, and you can sort of adjust your difficulty according to how many resources you get in. But apart from that, that's not really that many things you can change. Like, the composition of the planets and all that stuff is based off the planets, not the settings, right? So we'll just start the game here. And actually, I'll go into performance mode. But yeah, this is us flying through space. And this is how you get introduced to the whole thing.
To the actual universe. You may find it's different from our homeland.
Yeah, okay, he's loud.
Adapt to the laws of physics in a short time. I am your advisor, and will help you through this mission.
They do have a pretty kick-ass intro to like a game. Like, this is probably one of the best intros to a game I've seen of this type, you know? Like, you can go here.
Everything here is yours. As one of Cosmo and the pioneer of the Dyson Sphere Program, you will explore this cluster step by step. By using the resources here to construct the Dyson Sphere to provide energy for the center brain to maintain homeland, starting from scratch. I have chosen a designated planet for you to start the mission, which has necessary resources for initial development. Now please drive the space capsule to the planet.
Yeah, so now you get to like control, it's like your first thing, so you can like move around, but the general gist is that you just aim for the planet. Actually, what happens if you were like to completely steer away? Huh, I actually never tried that in my past things, because I was like, okay, now I'm gonna be nice to the developers and do what is intended to be done. But the general gist is that you fly towards the planet, right? Wonder if you could go to the gas giant. There always seems to be a gas giant right next to the planet.
Now you are about to reach the designated planet.
But we don't actually get to choose where we land. It like sort of goes into the cinematic mode again, where it like goes to another place on the planet. But yeah, this is gonna be our starting point for our massive industrialized automated factory setups. So let's get fucking into it. And I do like this game a lot, actually. Well, otherwise I wouldn't have played it for like hours on end.
This is Icarus, a lightweight industrial mecha with powerful functionality.
Whee, this is us.
You can use the arrow keys or right-click on the destination to control its movement. In this mission, you will manipulate Icarus to travel beyond the stars and create miracles.
So yeah, we can zoom like right into this planet, and everything is a little bit cheapified, right? So So the planets
try to
aren't
recycle the
that
space
big.
Right-click on it.
Actually, let me just try and turn his audio down if I can, because he's pretty much just a tutorial guide thing.
To recycle.
Doesn't seem like that's gonna be possible. And this is what I meant earlier, like sometimes the audio settings are a little bit weird in video games. So he might be tied to like the master volume of the game. Meaning that you can't really change his volume without changing everything else, which is a little bit of an oversight and bad design if that is the case, but you know, it is.
You can use the same operation to collect resources, such as trees,
I think so.
gravel, etc.
Seems to be the case, unless, because surely it's not like ambient sound and all that. So I gotta like tune this way down and then bump all the other settings up so that it actually becomes re-audible.
In the meantime, hold down Shift and right-click to give a series of commands.
We'll see.
You receive.
Think we can bump the audio for the music up a little bit. It does have some pretty good music too. Well, with that, we can probably bump everything up actually.
After recycling the space capsule, click the inventory button in the lower right corner of the screen.
All right.
To open the cabin to view them.
So as he explains, like we can basically recycle that pod we came in, and we can also right-click things in order to harvest them. So some of these are like sort of just like temporary obstructing elements, but there's also these mineral nodes that you can continuously harvest until they empty out. Pretty much just like in Factorio, but also very different. So, and we can move the camera around in a lot of different ways. Zoom out, pan it up and down. And then of course we are always going to be locked to our robot, unless I think later we unlock like a map mode. Okay.
And activate a research.
Yeah, I know. So the first thing we got to do is like research some basics, because right now we can do absolutely nothing. We can't even establish like power or anything. So this is the research tree, which, as you can probably tell, has a lot of stuff. And the end goal is like mission completed, right? You did the ultimate research. And eventually you also have like these robot upgrades, and there's like some similarities to other games I can get into, but first I just want to explain that yeah, some of this research is like infinite, and it's very much the exact same end game as Factorio, where you get to the point where you've unlocked everything, and then there's just infinite research from there on, which is all in this case like related to your Icarus, and then also to the Dyson spheres themselves. But I don't think we should go too much into detail about that, because that's like later. Something that I do want to mention though is that this whole Icarus thing has like some very strong inspirations. I'm 100% sure they got inspired from a game called Supreme Commander, or the older one, what are they called again? Oh shit, because Planetary Annihilation is the newer one, and then there's the old one, which I think is also called something with Annihilation. Anyways, I'm mostly familiar with Supreme Commander because that's when I got into like those types of games. But the general gist with those is that they're strategy-based games, and you have your Supreme Commander, which is your main unit or whatever, which is also a giant mech and can be upgraded directly in order to benefit like your entire, basically like, what would you even call it, because it's not a colony in that game, it's just like your base of operations. Basically they're like the central hub, or your like all your main things that you do. So they can also, in Supreme Commander, you use like the mech to build your base up in the beginning until you get other robots to help you, and upgrading the Supreme Commander makes them very, very powerful. So a lot of similarities in that sense. Anyway, so in order to progress, we got to make these magnetic coils here, So let's do 10 of those. So similarly, our mech here can also craft all these things that we've unlocked. And later we'll also use it to build buildings with, but right now we just have these components that are going to require different materials. And while that slowly but surely happens, where do we have copper? Got a little bit of screen glare, so because it's dark. There we go. It's been a bit hard to figure out where it is. But yeah, we can build these mining machines here, and you can do... I should probably wait until he's done talking.
If you want to ignore grid snapping, try holding down the shift key.
Yeah. I don't know. Should I have disabled the tutorial? Probably not. There's some things I don't quite remember, maybe, so...
The activities will be restricted. You can click the mecha panel button at the bottom right of the screen to open the mecha panel.
Yeah, so we've got like our mech here, and we've actually run out of fuel right now. And right now we can just fuel ourselves with like plant matter, and then there's also some coal you can harvest. But yeah, these mining machines here can either be locked to the grid at 90-degree angles, or if you hold down shift and you hold down R, you can gradually rotate them according to your needs, which is what I will be doing for the most part. But to start out with, we probably want to get some iron, because just like in Factorio, that's like the first thing that you sort of mine. But you'll notice it's a little bit different here. You sort of like have this cone in which they harvest stuff within, and these can overlap. So if I build this here and were to have another one, I could actually have multiple machines mine the same nodes, for as long as I can fit them around, if you will. Okay, we also have some power to begin with, which is going to be very limited to this wind turbines. And do I want to build them over here and then just drag in power? Because in my reacquaintance session, let's call it, yesterday, I did end up building them very close by, and I just ended up running out of, you know, valuable space too quickly. So let's do it this way. Of course, this is not going to take us very far. We need more.
You have done building the first power transmission facility, Tesla Tower. It can carry out short-distance wireless power transmission and expand the power supply area.
So we can use these pylons to like transfer power to this mining drill. So let's do that. Oh yeah, and building in this game is also a little bit different from other factory-based games, in that notice that when I put down this building, it doesn't get placed immediately. We actually have these robots help us, which you do get in Factorio, but you have to, you know, get to basically end game in order to acquire that stuff, and do a lot of research in factories before you even have access to it. Wait, I thought I covered them all. Did I not? There we go. So basically, the more nodes that they cover, the faster they harvest stuff. That's how it's like calculated. I don't remember. I assume the power is also going to be dependent on how big a field they like cover, but it doesn't really become an issue. So starting out is like very different in some ways to Factorio 2, because the very first thing we build is, you know, infinite power, wind-based energy. There's also no like enemy fighting in this game, similar to some other factory-based games. So it's all about optimization and, you know, making these Dyson spheres and stuff on a large scale. Meaning that also, you know, there's not a lot you can do to really screw up in the long run. You can run out of materials, but I didn't ever get anywhere close to that on my first run, so yeah. Anyway, so we do have like power consumption on our mech here, and Right now we're just running off of plant fuel, which should be good for a while, but every time we build something, it costs energy as well, so eventually we do want to switch it out with something a little bit better. Okay, but let's get some miners in actually. So we want one for copper and I think one for coal right away. Now let's just do one for stone as well. They will take a little while to build though. Thankfully, it does sort of craft all the prerequisites automatically, like it queues it up. So you don't really have to think too much about all that stuff. Just like pretty much the only thing that you really need to consider is getting access to the base materials, you know, iron, copper, stone, and coal in the beginning. It does get into more materials later, but that's not now, so we don't have to worry about any of that. Boop doop. Okay, so where do we have some coal? Because they tend to sort of spawn you in an area that is fairly close to all the things that you need. We've got some over here. Don't think I see any other in any way near close enough to warrant a mining facility, but let's just put this down then. Cool. We'll need some more pylons and undoubtedly also more wind turbines. I could actually just make the wind turbines locally, but I do want to keep all the power grid connected. Because these are only going to run for a little bit until the internal buffer fills up, and then that's pretty much it. This water is going to be a nuisance though. And the grid works a little bit different than what you might be used to from other factory games. So at a first glance it looks very similar, you know, everything's like neatly organized in a square pattern and all that stuff. But this is a sphere, right? You're on a planet, it's a sphere in this case, for simplicity's sake. Meaning that if you go closer and closer towards the poles of the planet, these grids are going to start sort of like, you can see it over here, there's like a split between these two areas, and that's because everything gets like squeezed together. So every so often these grids will sort of split up into separate things, and that has some implications when you're wanting to make neatly aligned factories, as you can imagine. But there's a pretty easy workaround to that, and that's just to build your factories along the other axis around the planet. Then like if you build along this axis, it basically tiles just perfectly fine. But it does sort of allow you to do some funky things as well, since there's that like weird transition area in between the grid areas, or whatever you want to call it. Sometimes the conveyor belts can go in like really wonky ways. Sometimes you can also get away with putting things much closer to each other because the individual cell sizes for these grids also get smaller the closer to the poles you are. And you'll see like how that works eventually, I'm sure. Right now, we just want to get like started though. So we have copper, iron, and coal. And the reason why I want some coal is because power. Power. Because then I can just, for now, chuck straight up unprocessed coal in there and we should be Gucci for a little bit. So, oh yeah, that's the stone mine, but I guess that's not really that important, so let's just keep that for now. Okay, so in order to progress, we need to do more research though. And I think it would probably be basic assembling, just so that we can start automating things. I guess conveyor belts does the same. It's like also a requirement, but basic assembling it is. And we also need automatic metallurgy. Actually, that might be more what we want. And we can queue these up, right? So there we go. In the beginning, research is a little bit interesting. Oh, hey, tumbling satellite. Thanks. Thanks, I will. I know I will. I do like this game. And thanks for the lurk, mate. Thanks for that. Okay, so these components. Right. Wonder, can we even afford that at the moment? No. Do we want another iron mine? Nah, not right now. Okay, this is gonna take a little while. Oh yeah, right, you make 2 circuit boards at a time. So the good thing about this game is that you don't really need to worry too much about factory tidiness. The only thing like that can really sort of bite you in the ass later is the whole grid layout thing. If you build towards like the poles of the planet rather than around the what even is it? Is it the rotation axis actually? I think is it always the rotation axis? Don't necessarily know, and I can't check right now because I don't have anything to put down. Oh well. But the general gist is that I, on my first playthrough, did that thing without knowing about it because, you know, what's the chances that you know that you're gonna have issues putting down conveyor belts in like straight lines when you build into overlapping grids and stuff. So eventually forcing me to pretty much pull the entire factory down because it was just such a mess. I did keep some of it, but yeah, later I just figured it was not worth the hassle because you have to basically, like, there's a lot of stuff you can't do, like you can't do repeating patterns because you don't really have like the grids just don't allow for it, really. Forcing you to do all kinds of weird half-assed solutions, really. But I guess, yeah, we'll just be collecting all this ore for now. Yeah, coal is definitely something that lasts way longer than any kind of organic material. And since we're automatically mining it, we should be good. Do need those conveyor belts unlocked though before you can really do anything. It's like a little bit weird because the research in the beginning is all like components, but later we do get into making actual research packages or whatever you want to call them. Now the good thing here is that you do, and I don't know if you would have noticed, but you do actually get some structures in terms of what you're researching. So when we researched that automatic smelting thing, we did get some smelters for free. Okay, so let me just think about this for a sec. Because yesterday when I was just messing around, I did end up running out of space very quickly. And this is like your main like Achilles heel in the beginning because you're tempted to build in the direction where you have the most space, but that's gonna come back at you later, so I think I'm gonna try and avoid that for the time being. Do something a little bit more clever, hopefully. With emphasis on hopefully. Okay. Okay, let's actually just get the conveyor belts. That's probably easier to plan out. basic logistics.
You have received the sorter and the conveyor belt, which can achieve full automation now. Use the conveyor belt to transport the piled up ores from the mining machine, and the sorter can deliver the ores from the conveyor belt to the smelter for automatic smelting.
Okay.
When putting a conveyor belt, all you need to do is determine the starting point and the end point of it. In addition, use the up arrow key to lift up one level, and use the down arrow key to drop down one level after the conveyor belt is lifted. Press keypad 0 to reset the construction height of the conveyor belt to the ground. If you don't want the conveyor belt to be attached to the building, you can try holding down the shift key. You built a smelter, which can smelt basic materials, such as iron ingots and copper ingots automatically. While you want to make the raw materials and products get in and out of it autonomously, you need to use sorters and conveyor belts.
Okay, let's make some more conveyor belts. So, what was I gonna say? Eating is a little bit slow, but that's pretty fine. Oh, right, we also have stream radius. 1 unit was placed. I'm not surprised. Oh well. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. Let's see though. I'll just run this and then start it up, because you know, just having 1 unit is not really that interesting, I guess. Nah, let's just see if that actually does work. Where the heck are those units even? Oh, they're going for the ball. Okay. I kind of expected this. It's been like so long since I've last had the opportunity to stream. That was actually last weekend, I think. And it was only 1 stream and it was a fairly short one. So pretty much dropped the ball on everyone there. No pun intended. But I've been like very busy recently, unfortunately. And I do say unfortunately because it's not been a great time for me. I've been undergoing this this program that you're forced to do when you're receiving social benefits from the government, which is basically just a pool of money that sort of keeps you going when you don't have a job. And part of that system requires you to go in and do all these really annoying things that are like questionable in terms of like being helpful or not. So
After selecting the recipe,
it's not been fun.
to copy the recipe, and the greater
And hence today I kind of just want to like
to set the same recipe.
relax, really.
The sorter is a
Some
transportation
Dyson Sphere Program.
between facilities. It will automatically transport them as long as the supply facility and the receiving facility are bridged.
Let's get some of those power connectors. What are we missing? Iron? I think it's just iron. But yeah, so in this game we don't get inserters like you do in Factorio. You get these... Are they actually called inserters? I can't remember. Sorters, they're called. So they basically like take something from the belt and then they transport it along these like small crane arms or whatever you want to call them. Meaning that in order to put something into a factory, it has to be like straight up adjacent to it. Right? But you can also... Can't remember, I don't think this actually... Yeah, you can do weird stuff like this. But like, I can't go from this corner and over. So in that sense, like, it's fairly similar to Factorio. Okay, let's see here. Put that there, that should be fine. And now we have our iron ore coming out and our first automation is on the way. I do think we built more than one, yeah. let's see if we can squeeze this in here. Because you can actually merge belts just like in Factorio. Some factory games don't allow you to do this, oddly enough, but this game does, which is very, very convenient. Now we are making iron plates at least, or ingots. Iron plates is Factorio. So used to like naming conventions from other games at this point. Up it up. And then let me think. Yeah, let's do it this way. And make room for another smeltery next to it. So in the beginning it's similar to other factory games. You just want to get your like basics covered really. Yeah. Which is copper ingots and iron ingots in this case. And it's actually not really that complicated to get started, because it's just those basic materials. Later it gets a little bit more involved, but because it's like spread apart so far from each other, it's not really a big deal. Oh, and we're out of coal. Okay. So let's get some power over here. More belts are needed. So the first things we probably want to automate is crafting all of this basic stuff. That's gonna be the first goal here. And I think once that is done, we'll look into research. Do I want to do it this way? I'm just thinking now. Ah, screw it. It's not like we need that much copper, I don't think. But yeah. So because these bots are like what's building everything, every time they build something, they drain the power, right? And in order to speed up this process, you don't actually make the bots or drones or whatever you want to call them, you actually research them. And that's in that upgrade menu I showed earlier.
Planet thumbnail button in the lower left corner of the screen, or
Sweet.
press the M key to try the planet view mode.
And getting started in this game is also way easier than Factorio, because you don't need to worry about like getting coal into your smelters, for instance. Like they just run off of electricity straight from the gate of the game. Do we need more power? I don't know, but we'll make some more. But yeah, so basically these setups that we're making here can basically be like a one-time thing, right? You place them and then you forget them. And if you never end up using them, you know, you can just leave them. It's not like the game requires you to like be stingy with your space, let's put it that way. Okay, well, we need some more conveyor belts. Question is, should I make an assembling machine for that to begin with? So what's required for that again? Pretty much just iron.
Building without recipe set. Please set the recipe you want. After selecting the recipe, you can use the less than key to copy the recipe, and the
Because I could like set this to make gears, but the thing is it's only got like an internal buffer that's so big, so even though this would help me in the short run making gears, I have to pretty much be watching this and refilling this like a hawk, because it'll run out of materials very quickly. But it's something for now. And I could make like a quick and easy setup, of course, but let's try not half-ass it too much in the beginning here. Okay, so we've got like a nice long stretch of space here. Well, apart from this spot there, so what if we... God damn it. It's like I definitely know one of the first things I want to research, which is environment modification. This allows us to put down foundations and flatten down ground, but it does require us to make the blue research first. Unlocked here. Can't remember, is there anything else we would like to do before that? Because if we get this, I can get power from the electrical grid. But that does mean that I would need to do a lot of other stuff in order to craft these things. Actually, no, you wouldn't, now that I think about it. Could also upgrade our mech. Actually, let's do the mecha core right away, just because that's like... basically increases our max stored energy, I believe. But other than that, doesn't really do anything. And it just costs ingots, so pretty cheap to do. Well, I guess we do have to research this thing before we can do anything else. Alright, maybe I just need to make a factory that makes all this stuff to begin with. Because we don't need like smelters all the way down here at the beginning. And what we can do... Do I have storage? Yes, we do. Can I make one though? Yes, I can. So let's make some of that. Otherwise we won't be able to store our crafted things. And... let's keep a little bit of space here. Something along... Yes. Actually, this can be taken down. Okay. Here, maybe. So we'll need 2 factories. Or assemblers, I think they're called, right? Yeah, assembling machines.
You built a storage, which
And
can be
we'll need
used
some
to store.
sorters.
You can manually store or use the sorter to automatically stock the cargo.
So this needs to be set to iron gears, and this one needs to be set to, what was it, conveyor belts? Yes. We're doing conveyor belts. Pretty straightforward setup. And then we can like, and this is what I was sort of hinting at earlier. This is what's really interesting about this grid system, right? Because I can't really show it right now without building another one, but let's just do that. So the general thing is that I can't like put these factories closer than this to each other, right? Because that's just how the 3D model sort of like in terms of space takes up. But interestingly, in some cases you can get away with putting Tesla towers in between them, which sort of optimizes the space that you end up using for all this factory setup, right? Because I could put it across the conveyor belts, but that means that you're adding a lot of clutter. Let's set this down to 2. So now we already have like our first automated factory, like it's so easy. And we probably also want our sorters, but that's going to require another component. So is there anything else? No. Not really. We need to make those components. Okay. Oh, shit. I made a little bit of a mistake here, or an oversight. I forgot that we were supposed to have this space in here for a copper conveyor. Okay. Maybe this is just going to be like a small factory after all, eh? How many of these can I make? Plenty. That was not the right conveyor belt. There we go. You make conveyor belts and you go back to making iron gears. And it does create a little bit of redundancy in this case, because this one Metal Gear factory ends up making them much faster than the other building requires them. Is it because yeah, it's 2 plates. So actually what we could do is that if we make another one of those sorters, it should even out. Let's actually just make a couple for now. Gonna need them eventually. Cancel that. So if I hook up another conveyor here, that would work. Right, so now it's getting like twice the iron ingots, and I believe this is producing it at the same pace, so like the gears. Did we have any power? Yes, we do. I do like the soundtrack for this game as well. Hang drums seem very fitting for like a sort of factory kind of setup. It's used in other factory building games as well. It's like there's just something, it's just like a magical sound, but also, I don't know, maybe it's because like a hang drum is hollow by default. Like that's kind of how it works. It does give this sort of hollow open sound, if you know what I mean, which is kind of what like the impression you get from a factory, I guess. Maybe that's why it works so well together. I don't know, it's kind of funky, isn't it? But I just thought about that though. Okay, so next thing I would probably want to do is some stuff for the circuit boards. Now, of course, one problem is that we've established for ourselves is that I need iron for that thing and copper. But if I put a factory across here, we only have room for 1 conveyor. But we can do a little cheeky trick here and just offset it by 1 and it should be fine. So, because this only requires... I guess you actually do want to have like full access to the conveyor belts, huh? Should I worry about that even? Because I could worry about it, but I could also just not care. Do have an idea though, because you do end up needing a lot of circuit boards. And from what I sort of like, from my test run yesterday, I did end up running out of that stuff very quickly too, with no way of scaling up the production. So I want to try and avoid that as much as possible, without going overboard, of course. And there's 2 things we can do here. So here's another thing that's really cool about Dyson Sphere Program. You can raise your conveyor belts for free. So if you want a conveyor going across here, it's just a matter of pressing the up and down keys. And I'll show you why I want to do that in a moment. So let's set these factories up, and you can do another trick here. If we set this first one up to circuit boards and I hold down shift and left click, it copies this thing, and you can put this on top of other like pre-existing factories and it'll set the recipe. But if I also build new factories now, it's also got that recipe inside of it. Very useful. Now, why am I making this by hand? God damn it. Now, since last I played, they did implement a blueprint feature into Dyson Sphere Program, but I haven't messed with it yet, so I have no idea how well it works. And when I played last, it was literally like you had to hand build everything. Massive factories that spanned like an entire planet had to be built by hand. The only thing you could really do was to try and optimize your setup so that they were easy to copy, but other than that, you pretty much had to do everything like by hand, and then you could copy the settings across, but that was about it. That took a long time. A very, very, very long time. And I'm not gonna lie, I was on the verge of quitting the game until like a blueprint mechanic was like put in there, but I did end up like getting to end game and being satisfied with myself. I kind of wanted to do some more things, but you know, can't always do all the things you want to do, because I ended up getting distracted by other video games as you usually do, and the rest is history, right? Okay, so this is what I was thinking here, because I had forgotten yesterday that some of the components actually require smelting as well. I don't know how to explain it, but when you're smelting things, like you can convert iron into both ingots but also magnets, right? So in other words, you're gonna need a smelting factory for that sort of component on its own. We're gonna need a lot of magnets, but it's pretty much the same as it always would be. It's just a different component, really. Can't remember if it takes longer to produce. Nah, yeah, it does seem like it doesn't produce as much at a time, so that's okay. Oh yeah, and also like now when you copy, it also sort of copies over the sorters, which is also something that you used to have to manually build every single time. Thank you for not forcing us to do that anymore. For now, I guess we can just take out these magnets from these smelters until I actually put them onto something automated. Because we do have that research thing that I want to unlock. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, and the beauty of the whole building between factory setups situation is that if you're building, it's like the latitude versus longitude, and I can never remember which one is which, but basically around the horizontal axis, could you say it like that, of the planet? I don't know. But as long as you build along that one axis where nothing gets stretched, you'll always be able to build, like, copy your setups across. So that means if some place like on the opposite side of the planet you were able to build factories and put these towers in between, then you'll be able to do that the whole way around the planet, basically. Very good for people that are very picky about how they build their setups. But yeah, so we're gonna add like another belt to our main bus here, which is just going to be for all these circuit boards. And now that we know that they need 2 iron plates, we'll just do the brute force setup of just having 2 belts. Or not 2 belts, but 2 sorters for iron plates. I keep calling them iron plates. They're iron ingots. Whatever. Semantics, I guess. And our energy is low. Should go over and grab some more coal. I do want to have this research But that is 100 electromagnetic matrices. This one is even more expensive though. So we could go this route because it's easier to research, or faster to research. Or could go this way so that we can manipulate terrain. Or this way so that we don't have to worry about power in the near future. I don't know. How many of these can we queue up? A couple. So let's just do some research while we're picking up some coal. You can reach like super far in this game from the get-go, which is very convenient. But, you know, having to go over here to grab coal every 2 seconds is like not ideal. Let's just say it that way. We can of course pick up all of these components here. And these milestones are the new achievements, and it's kind of cool because you can kind of use this for like speed running if you really want. So you have like this milestone statistics panel now where you can see all of them, and it does seem like they reset between playthroughs. So even if you do get the achievements, you can like, I guess, try and get them faster or something. I don't know. So like, you produced your first electromagnetic matrix on 0045, right? So in this playthrough in particular. Plan your first conveyor belt and enter the era of automated production with a 16.3 meter long belt. It's kind of cool though. I do like to have those kind of achievements, because it gives you like sort of something else to aim for as well. Ooh, yeah, but now we have all this stuff. Oh, and you can pick up stuff from conveyor belts too. It's just like a little bit different from Factorio and similar factory games in that you have to select the belt and then they have like an sort of buffer slot that you kind of like take it out of. And we definitely need more smelters, holy hell. Oh, maybe I should also hook up all the smelters that we do have. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's get some of those. Then we should be able to just copy things across. And there's like a interesting quirk with this. I believe, can you actually do that? Will it? No, okay, it won't. Yeah, so if you don't put the conveyor belts down first, it won't actually copy the actual sorters down. I guess that's okay. But there is actually like a quirk with that. So if I were to put down this sorter here and I were to select this conveyor belt, I can actually remove the conveyor belt without removing the sorter, and then sort of like re-hook it up. So if you have a factory and you have these set up but you need to change some things, there's like a lot of ways that you can go about it basically. We are out of power though. So let's get some more of this going. And we want high efficiency plasma control first. Could make it so that I don't have to go over and collect coal as often, but the same can be said for smelting purification. It's gonna take twice as much research. Because then we can make these graphite, and then I can just make a small factory for that. I guess that's probably the better approach, because I can hook it up with a chest and stuff. Like, I could technically also hook up the coal mine to a chest right now and just you know, pick up 4 stacks instead of 1 at a time. But I don't want like too much unnecessary clutter really. Oh, right, and I could technically also put these a little bit closer together, but it's just easier to keep track of your layout by sort of being consistent with the spacing of this in like a grid pattern that aligns with these intersections, I guess would say. And they also act as power conduits themselves, so they do transfer power actually. It's just that they do need a certain amount of space in between them, which is why, you know, wind turbines is non-ideal in the long run. But it is at least a consistent source of energy early on without requiring fossil fuels or anything like that. So you can eventually get into nuclear power, but you know, we're a little bit early on in that regard. Okay, plenty of conveyor belts. Ah, god damn it. Yep. Oh no. Kind of running out of fuel here. You know what? Maybe I should just screw it. We'll hook it up to a chest because I don't want to keep running back and forth until we have this thing researched. Because we're quite a bit off still from being able to do that. So we will just put a box on this thing. And then yeah, so they stack up to 50 in one thing, so if we just limit this to 4 stacks, that should be okay then. There we go. Well, while we recharge fuel, we'll take a look at Stream Raiders. Yep. No one's on right now. Well, that's exciting, huh? Kind of expected as much. It's not really anything I can do about that, but if you're watching and you want to join in, I do run Stream Raiders when I'm streaming. You can always get the URL through !SR. Speaking of Stream Raiders though, I actually have access to the Stream Pirates beta. I haven't looked into what's required yet, but if people are interested, that's something I could give a go. Unfortunately, maybe like currently speaking, it's not the best of times to like run this kind of stuff for me, at least, because I only have time in the weekends pretty much, and I have a strong feeling that people sort of, you know, if you're not playing at least 4 times a week, they end up like switching you out with other streamers. It's kind of weird, right? Because people on YouTube will say like, oh, you need to like be consistent with your schedule and put a schedule out, but I've never ever seen anyone mention schedules or asking like for that kind of information regarding Twitch. People just seem to like, you know, drop by whenever they have the time. And I know for a fact that that's also how I use Twitch myself. So I don't know if the whole scheduling thing actually truly matters unless you're like a big time streamer. So, but like I ended up making a new stream schedule and then immediately have to like back away from it again. Okay, 2 stacks maybe. 2 stacks? Nah, 4 stacks, okay. Simply because like all of a sudden I had to get up 6 a.m. in the morning, so my time what is it called again? My rhythm, like my inner clocks had to be readjusted from waking up at like, you know, 10 a.m. or something to get up at 6 a.m. and then consequently also from going to bed at around 2 a.m. to suddenly going to bed at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. or something to the tune of that, right? And it's just been awful. You know, I can laugh about it and stuff, but it's like ironically very awful. There's nothing I can do about it, of course, because you're forced into this program that the government sort of like wants you to do. And the idea is, you know, it's not because there's no fault behind it. The idea is, of course, that you get into something that feels like a job, I guess, or is technically speaking a job, but you're just getting like paid absolute garbage in reality. So the way it works is that the government pays these institutions a certain, like, well, basically they pay part of your wage. So for the places that you get sent out to, you're basically free labor. And if you don't meet up and stuff, it's like, you know, if you're at a real job, you don't get paid, basically. Except that if you don't meet up enough, it's like as if you get fired as well. Meaning that you don't get any social benefits whatsoever for like a long period of time. Which, you know, is not what you want, of course. The only problem here is that the type of work that you get set into, the idea is to improve your competences and stuff, but I've not really been doing anything that's been improving my competences in any major way whatsoever. Nothing to the tune that would actually land me a job in the field of work that I'm looking into. So it sounds good on paper, but you know, you're not really improving your competences. And to me, that feels like a waste of time, you know? There are other things that would be more beneficial to me, but it's just not what they're focusing on at the job center and all that stuff. But yeah, it's been hard though. And as a result, I've just been like super tired every day I got home. And I had not like, I did have a lot of free time, but in effect, because I basically ended up feeling so shite, I just couldn't like get myself to play anything. Wasn't really like motivated to play a lot of games, and certainly not streaming. So I'm just very glad that there's finally a weekend where I can, because last weekend I was also at a LAN party and that also took out a ton of my energy. And I actually even didn't really end up enjoying the LAN party as much as I'd hoped, simply because I was just so tired. I couldn't stay up long enough to actually make the whole thing fun. But it is what it is. It definitely is what it is. No, that would be correct. Scarlet the Summit. This is not my first playthrough. This is my second playthrough. I've played this before. It's been a while since though. I can't tell you exactly how long it's been, but the game basically got out and then I played it to completion over the course of a month, I think. Like, I had a bit of a break in between because things were starting to get very tedious. But yeah, I would say I've played a lot. What about you? Have you played this before? And if so, would you consider you like yourself a decent player at the game? I was just really interested in trying it out again, since they also added achievements, so I felt that there was like a secondary objective to aim for. So it's kind of cool. I do like the achievements edition. It's Scale the Summit. Wow. What did I say? Scarlet the Summit or something? Yeah, I don't know. My brain is like not working too well and I read that too quickly. My apologies. I hope it's okay. And I'd also hate it when people get my own name like wrong, but yeah. Working on a second Dyson Sphere at the moment. Cool. I can't remember how many I ended up working on in my main save, but I never like. I guess I would say I never really completed any. But I did get into all the white research, and all of a sudden it's like, well, now the game is very samey, with a lack of better description. Okay, so we have circuit boards, copper plates, and magnets. We could do something cheeky there. So if we do... Oh, that won't work. Has to be staggered then. We can do that though. But yeah, I played like a lot of different factory games, and I think this is like easily one of the best ones that's come out to date. Of course, you know, other games like Factorio, Satisfactory, and also some of the newer ones work in very different ways, so you can't really say like one is better than the other, but I definitely think this has a lot going for it that the others don't, making it stand out, if you will. Which is mainly like the draw to it is that it's the same but or similar but different, right? I do like how they basically sort of I mean I would argue they took inspiration from Factorio, for instance, right? With all the drones and all that stuff, but then decided that, hey, why not like start out with this stuff and then that be just the way that you build stuff. I think that's pretty cool. Can I call you Summit? Or should I call you Scale the Summit? Or Scale this? No, wait. Intonation. Scale the Summit. Because I am running Stream Raiders if you're into that as well. I don't know if you were here earlier. But no one's popped in yet, so if you're interested in it, feel free to join. Maybe we can get past the first map. Okay, so this works, right? So now, because this is staggered, I can pull like a conveyor. Or not a grabber, not a conveyor. A freaking sorter, that's freaking names. Bought this Satisfactory and Factorio on the same day. And this was hands down your favorite. Still go back and play those properly, but yeah, this just resonated with you. Okay. I'll call you whatever you like. That could be a dangerous thing to say. There are a lot of other factory games that are pretty cool too. Factory Town actually has a lot in common with Dyson Sphere Program, but also at the same time, you know, not really. It doesn't have enemies in the same way. You can build vertically, albeit like slightly in a different way, but still vertically. You get full refunds from all the buildings that you put down, and it's also like a very cutesy little game. So if you're looking for more, Factory Town is definitely something that I would recommend. Most people just call you Scale. Okay, then let's stick to Scale then. That works with me. What other factory games do we have? So there's Shapes.io, which is something I got into very recently. There's oh, what's it called again? Hold on, I want to get this right. called something with Nomad, right? Yeah, it's called Dream Engine's Nomad Cities, which is a very interesting take on the whole factory building game genre. In that you build a factory on a flying sort of platform, and everything is sort of session based. So you land down with your town, and then yeah, factory town. The other one is Dream Engines. And that one is also very interesting. So you basically build the majority, let's say, of your factory slash town on this flying platform, and you take it with you from session to session. And then when you land down, you can sort of extend your factory outside of this platform that you take with you, but it's also a wave survival. So once every so often, like in Factorio, you get attacked by aliens or whatever, and it increases in difficulty over time. And eventually it gets so hard to the point where you just have to, like, you know, abandon everything else and then get the fuck out of there. And the idea is that everything built on the platform goes with you, but everything that's built on the hard soil of the planet sort of stays behind. And there are certain things like resources that you can only harvest on the planet side, having you to go out and explore in order to unlock or find and then build a factory, take it all back home, and then feed it into your town. Because you do have like villagers that need food and other things to sustain themselves, including power. Yeah, they are very interesting. Factory Town is a bit more laid back. That one is all about like factory optimization and supplying your village with different materials that they need, be it, you know, common household things like bread and fruit, to later like more magical things like spell tomes or magical or necklaces and that kind of stuff. I've streamed it before, so I have a ongoing save there that I do want to return to when I get the time, but I just wanted to play something else right now because Factory Town is a little bit cumbersome when you want to build something that looks nice, because you can be creative in it, and it does have, you know, verticality, so you can build up in levels, but due to the way that the game works, you can't really like build a lot of stuff creatively without it taking a long ass time. And I didn't pay attention to my power again. Let's get some emergency fuel here. I made the mistake. Believe it or not, play mostly CSGO and Fortnite, but when you just want to play something chill, you like factory games. Alright. I've played Fortnite before, but that was like before the Battle Royale mode became popularized. So I'm mostly acquainted with the Save the World mode of that game. And back then, I mean, me and my friends had a lot of fun with it. Not so much into the Battle Royale kind of style games because, not really my thing, for lack of better like explanation, I suppose. And I don't know, it's just like when the Battle Royale mode was introduced, it sort of felt like they dropped the focus from the mode that we were enjoying in Fortnite. Even though I know, and I also explained to my friends, that they did actually continue development on the Save the World mode. It's just that we stopped playing because we were like, Battle Royale or whatever, you know. Like some grumpy old man that's doesn't like change. Same when happened sort of when Sea of Thieves introduced its own Battle Royale-esque mode. But meh, it's all good. I'm not the shooter kind of player, generally speaking, either. I'm more into like survival games and those, well, factory games that make you think more on like long term instead of the sort of middle of the action. This goes your main game, rank quite high and have a clan of your friends. And then Fortnite is your second shooter game. Alright. Yeah, I've never like been into the whole competitive scene. I actually used to make maps for well, not really so much Counter-Strike Source, but mostly just Gary's mod, and then going further back, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch. That's like Half-Life 2 DM is probably my favorite shooter. Yeah, not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah. Like I personally do not like I've been forced into playing Overwatch with some friends of mine and I was not having a good time. It's like a beautiful game and stuff, but I don't know. I'm just so used to shooters where you have to pick up weapons and, you know, you can have more than one type of attack and everyone's like on a level playing field because, you know, no classes involved. Never like got into Team Fortress 2 for the same reason. I was kind of hyped when it first got announced that they were making TF2 and try out the original Team Fortress, but I quickly realized that that was not my kind of game. The whole class-based shooter outside of Battlefield is not something for me. But, you know, doesn't mean that they're bad games. But yeah, I did used to make like a Half-Life 2 DM and Garry's Mod maps. They're still available on the workshop too. I did end out like making a jailbreak map at some point that someone reached out to me and asked if I could make some modifications for his server, and ended up doing so and releasing that one too. It was going pretty well actually, but unfortunately he kind of like dropped the whole ball on the collaboration and, you know, actually paying for my services, so I ended up not completing the project, but that's a completely different story. See, this goes a lot slower, more tactical than Overwatch, and people say it's clunky because of the slow paced. But you enjoy the whole tactical vibe with your friends. Yeah, that's like the main thing, that if people are not ready for the tactical approach, you're gonna have a hard time playing CSGO or just Counter-Strike in general. Phone autocorrect is rather bad. I think I got what you were saying. It's just that one word, attire, that was kind of weird, I guess. I have like a lot of dyslexic friends, so I'm used to reading messages that are like much worse than that. Let's just put it that way. Autocorrect can like completely garble up a message, of course, but it's not quite the same when someone's unintentionally unintentionally making spelling mistakes. Don't know how to explain it. Okay, so we need some science. I'm tired of making this by hand. Oop. It's just that I've been looking at this area and it's just like I really want to fill in this watery bit here, but can't quite do that yet. So maybe we can do something over here instead. It's just so much water around.
Matrix Lab. You can use it to make super matrices or research technologies that require them
like so.
The super matrices are the source code of the center brain for maintaining the home world. You can upload as many super matrices.
Like the only competitive sort of game where I gave a damn about ranking was, what's it called again? Robocraft? But that's like a long time ago at this point. And the only reason why is because you actually got rewarded for like playing ranked. Since it had the whole pots dropping thing where if you played ranked, you got like increased rewards and stuff. Sort of giving me an incentive to do it. Thanks for the follow. Very much appreciated. It's been a little bit slow on follows because I haven't really been able to stream much lately, but thanks. This should be research. And you. And is it a 1-to-1? Yes, it is a 1-to-1. Swiggity swooty, I'm coming for the research. Was supposed to be nature. I mean, you can play deathmatch in casual mode in CS and be fine, but if you want to play competitive rank mode, you need to know tactics and basics and work from there. Yes. A very different way of playing it. Definitely. And it's just something that, you know, a lot of people are just not familiar with. And I can understand why. A bunch of people probably play shooters in a different way, like they get home from work and they just want to play like a couple matches or whatever. So they don't really care about like, or want to have to care about tactics and all that stuff, or talking on comms with people even, is my sort of expectation here. And as such, they never get around to actually improving the tactics part of their gaming experience, if you will. To great frustration of everyone else on the team. But it's fun though. Like, one of the funniest things I've heard about Fortnite, and of course that's a little bit of a jab against the game, but people that really, it's from someone who really did not like Fortnite as a game for some reason. And they said Fortnite was the best game that they never played because it meant that it reduced the amount of 10-year-olds from the games that they actually cared about playing. Which was like a bit of an interesting take on the situation, let's just call it that. But I guess there is some truth to it. It's like a lighthearted joke, I suppose, as well. Impossible to tell if the person was actually being sincere or not, but I could see why that could be funny though. Oh yeah, we need some more labs. But yeah, if I booted up Fortnite right now and went in to save the world, I would just have like a ton of weapons and be in endgame and everything still. I have a few friends who just like running around and shooting guys but don't like the serious vibes of competitive. Yeah. Definitely see that happening. It's kind of like... How should we say this? So like... I guess the competitive scene and the casual scene in CSGO is split apart, but you know, you also don't want to be playing against bots all the time, right? And it's sort of like an analogy to how I view some, shall we say, survival games that get sort of ruined by the game developers' insistence on implementing PvP into them. So like, for instance, one of the reasons why I don't want to play Ark on official servers is because PvP just makes it like unenjoyable. You know, you have that thing where you just want to get back home, sit down, play video games, but then you log into the server and your entire base is gone, right? And that was like maybe a 3-hour session you had yesterday where you managed to build a small wooden shack, and you basically get home and don't get to play because some other asshat thought it would be interesting to see if you had just anything out of like remote value in there, which in most cases doesn't really benefit anyone. But competitive scene, I guess, nah. Tribes Ascend is another shooter that I really enjoyed for a brief time, but I didn't really consider myself competitive on that one. Getting back to Dyson Sphere, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're getting research here. So, kind of really just want to have this environment modification so that I can build the factories where I want them to, because this water is so distracting. But hey, it works. It's not super fast, but it does work. Oh. Let's just make this thing. But yeah, I do like to talk about different topics in video games in general. Need a new phone, just send that message without me clicking send. Nice. Oh, so you... Oh, okay, so... Getting back to Dyson for a comma, and then you were supposed to like write the rest of the message, but the phone just sent it. Oh, that's funny. That explains why I was a little bit confused on that one. Just a tad. Just a tad. Okay, so for this we need... You see, this is the thing. We need electronics for this, which I could make a factory for it around here, but kind of want to split off these conveyors for the electronics and all that stuff, but I do want to have the working terrain here. So we need smelted stone and steel. Oh god damn it, right. Well, I guess we might as well start making steel. So we have stone here, but let's actually see if we can find a better spot for it. Because might as well make a dedicated factory for the time being. We've got coal, but we don't really need that over here for anything that I'm trying to do at the moment. God, it's like I've got screen glare and I can hardly see what's on the horizon out here.
In the planet view mode, you can hold down the middle mouse button.
Can we
rotate the angle of view and hold down the right mouse button. Drag to roll the angle.
I cannot see the veins yet. Damn it.
To the North Pole.
Well, I can see there's copper here. Stone. And we do have our iron vein over there of like 500,000. Guess we have another one here, but is there any stone nearby? It's like our iron and our stone are like on two separate parts of this axis. Why am I even... It's freaking iron right here, right next to the stone. I'm such a blind person. Yeah, still no one like in Stream Raiders. Oops, that was the wrong one. Oh man. Oh man, this is rough. Oh well. So yeah, if you're interested in Stream Raiders, I'm running this, by the way. But if this doesn't end out well... Okay, which coincidentally it did, but it's just me in here at the moment. So no one gets the rewards because no one's even in here. Sad. Yeah, I have no retry token, so if no one pops by, we're just gonna like start the map over every single time basically. But there's the link. You can also type in !SR to get the actual link if you need it later. It saddens me because if I went like just back to last week even. No, it would be 2 weeks back because I didn't stream last week actually. We were like 50 people and stuff in here. It's just like killed my streaming Oh well. But yeah, you can participate if you want. So let's see. But yeah, as you were saying, just built a new star system dedicated to research, and before that you had no labs actually doing research. Had like 2 labs for each color cube. Would do all the research manually. Holy shit. Took freaking forever, so you were like more... like no more and build your research system. And I could show you... I still have like my main save, but I don't want to load it up, because if I do, I'll probably just get all the achievements, like, you know, handed to me for free, and that feels wrong for lack of better words. But I actually made all my research stations on the planet that I started on in that one. So all the resources get transported back to the main planet. See anything else we can do? Do I wanna... yeah, let's unlock some of these. Cause they're gonna like require materials regardless. Let's do inventory capacity later. But yeah, I would have shown you if it weren't for that how I built my setup. It's pretty cool looking, I would say. Because you can stack research labs on top of each other in this game, though, it's way more convenient than in Factorio. It actually doesn't just hand them to you. Had done pretty much all the achievements when they implemented them, but it doesn't give you the achievements until you actually do it again. I mean, I haven't played at a time when the achievements were even in, like... where even is that panel? How do you even... It's not... oh, it is in statistics, okay. Like this panel, I don't remember this milestone thing being a thing. So it might very much be so that I open up my save and all these just instantly get like, boom, completed all at the same time. Because I've probably done most of all this. And if not immediately, then within like seconds, because of my automated factories all running 24/7. So I do want to try and actually earn them. Okay. Stone and stuff. So I think we can just set up like a small factory here until we've got everything up and running. Because once I can sort of... once I start stockpiling stuff, we can easily like flatten out ground and make more factory stuff. It's very new. They brought it in less than a week ago. Yeah, and it's been like... how long has it been? It must have been like more than a year at this point. Surely. Because again, like literally the game came out into early access and I played it for a month, so you know, that's quite a while ago. Didn't even have blueprints. That was actually implemented by the time I stopped playing. I think the upgrade feature was also introduced while I was playing. So yeah, want to change that setup a little bit. So that's pretty much how it's been for me. Okay, so yeah, here. So we need steel and that stone brick stuff. So if we take steel in there and stone brick in here, then we make a little bit of a loop-de-loop. And then we take some smelters. And a mining drill. That should be fine. You please, good sir, make me some bricks. Let's get some power in here too. Oh, we're out. Mm-hmm. Other games that I also tend to play a lot on stream is something called RimWorld that you probably heard about. Which I might stream later to debate today. It depends a little bit on how I'm feeling. Because I kind of just want to chill with some streaming, but I kind of also ended up starting a colony like 2 weeks ago. Just telling people that, oh, it'll be a while before we can continue because I've been busy with real life stuff. Unfortunately, I don't... See, that's the thing. I think there might be something next weekend that I have to go to too. Meaning that time's very much not in my favor these days. But fortunately, the program that I'm on right now is halfway. I'm halfway through, so 2 more weeks and I'll be done with this BS, basically. We need more space, don't we? I'm just so tired of doing what's equivalent to menial, like, fairly rewarding tasks. Now, granted, the overall like mission for, or whatever you want to call it, for where I'm currently working is like, you know, a noble cause. They basically retrofit, no, not retrofit. They take in a lot of old technology and things that are basically just going to become trash, like scrap metal and all that stuff, and then they check to see if it still works, and if it does work, then they clean them up and I guess refurbish them to a certain degree, and then once all that is done, they send it out of the country for aid towards people in less fortunate areas of the world. Between your work and clan stuff, you wish you had more time for this game. Not enough hours in the day. Oh, I can agree. I can agree. Though, actually, in my case, it's not because I don't have the time, hour-wise. It's just that whenever I get home, I basically just want to go to sleep for like 3 hours, and that means that leaves me with, I don't know, like 3 to 4 hours or something, which I'm free to do as I please. Not counting, like, you know, making dinner and all the other stuff that, you know, is required when you're a grown up and stuff. So it's not like it's impossible. But, yeah, I just haven't had the energy. And I didn't want to bring everyone down more than I am already doing in terms of my current situation, so I decided to just leave the streaming for a little bit and then come back to it when situation was a bit more appropriate. And now it's like a good time, so yeah, here we are. But yeah, it's like it's a pretty noble cause. The thing I did this past week is that they had these EKG machines, which just measures your pulse or whatever, your heartbeat, and they needed to be checked to see if they still function correctly, because they were basically I guess, hand-me-downs from like Danish hospitals and stuff. Oh, hey boy, good to see you here. Just talking about what I've been doing last week. Playing some DSP. Oh shit, yeah, we need like tons of this stuff. But basically they just needed to check these machines through and see if everything worked okay. And then if they work, you know, someone else in a more unfortunate situation could make use of that. So they get sent off to like the Middle East and in certain places of Africa where their situation isn't exactly the best. And if it helps save lives or just make people's lives, you know, better in one way or another, then I think that's pretty good. Veins restore. Lay foundation, no decoration. Huh.
Foundation.
Right,
Terrain
right.
leveling tool. Yet we cannot use it to change the planetary landforms at will.
Can't stop playing Diablo 2. Hey, Selfire. Good to see you too here. The D2 train, eh? Yeah, I haven't played Diablo 2 since my teenage years, pretty much. I just, I played it way back when, on not, like, the first time I actually played an ARPG, it was Diablo 2. And it was on a friend's computer, meaning that my playtime was very, very limited. And there was just something about it that, you know, just caught my attention until I eventually got the game myself and played it. But teenage me had a lot of issues trying to figure out how that game worked. You know, being the first ARPG I ever played and all that stuff. And I don't know. At some point I just lost interest in it because I ended up playing this other game called Titan Quest, which to me is basically just the next step beyond Diablo 2 and was just like superior because it was newer. It was, as far as I think I understood, it was also like made of people comprised of the old D2 team, so a lot of similarities with Diablo 2 were present, but just better in a lot of ways. But also a lot of the stuff was very, you know, the same, so you could sort of relate to it. This DSP would be fun to watch. Maybe. Have you seen it before? It's a very cool game if you're into factory type games. And I think it might be a bit easier to stream because it's not like with Factory Town where there's all that verticality, complexity, and decorative stuff that I end up messing with and just spending like hours not making progress. It's a little bit easier here too than Factorio because a lot of the things have been simplified. Like, you know, you basically start out with an electric smelter. You don't need coal. It just gets smelted immediately, as one mentioned. But yeah, going back to the other thing, I basically ended up getting Titan Quest as like an advent calendar gift from my mom. And I played the shit out of that game and had like a ton of fun with it. The main draw towards, and you know, towards Titan Quest over Diablo is that in contrast to Diablo, it's very colorful because it's set in like ancient times, so ancient Greece, Egypt, and the Orient. Yes, I have played Timberborn. I've actually streamed it a little bit as well. But only once, I believe. I've played it off stream too in order to try some things that I might get back to at some point, but for the time being, it's put a little bit on hold though. I do still want to try and flood an entire map in that game just to see if it's doable. It's gotta be doable, but it's gonna require some infrastructure. But yeah, Titan Quest is basically like Diablo 2 but set in ancient mythology. So you're fighting, you know, Medusas, satyrs, like that kind of stuff, basically. Jinns, when you're in the Orient. These jackal men, whatever, when you're in Egypt. There's just so many, like, cool things where you're like, if you're into ancient history and stuff like that, which at the time, like, pyramids and everything that was like ancient Egypt or Greek architecture, all that kind of stuff really just grabbed my attention, and then mix it in with mythos just makes for a very very solid foundation for a video game. And in comparison to D2, it was the first 3D ARPG I ever played, and Titan Quest implemented like a very fun mechanic, because since it's 3D, all of a sudden you have physics in there too. Meaning that whenever you bash an enemy, depending on the strength of your attack, they go flying accordingly. Meaning that if you overkill an enemy, unlike in other games like Torchlight, they don't just like splatter into an explosion, which I feel was like a downgrade. But rather they go flying, and they go like flying off the map in some cases, which is so much fun. Meaning that if you get your gear upgraded to the point where you're like way stronger than the enemies for your current level anyway, you just send them flying. So like you bash a skeleton, they go like fragmenting into different pieces, and they just scatter all over the map. Such a good time. Haven't played it yet, but watched Kibitz played, and it looked quite fun. Well, Timberborn is very fun, I would say. The water mechanics are a little bit more limiting than I had hoped it would be, but that doesn't mean like it's a bad game in any way whatsoever. Still very good. Though I did hope that you could have done more with it, but there are some things that, from a technical limitation standpoint, just aren't possible. One of which being that you can't make a dam where you have an opening in the bottom and then build like a huge wall up. So the only thing you can do is that you can build a wall up and then build the like the dam opening higher up. And the reason I think is because, and I don't expect they will ever like implement the ability to put it down below, and that has some consequences too, by the way. But I think the reason why is because the water in that game works like it's basically like a flat plane, and then they drag the water up from that plane to the height that it needs to be. So it's not like a voxel or whatever kind of physics simulation that sort of moves around like an object or like a mass of objects. It's just like a plane that gets pulled up to a certain height. And one of the downsides of this approach is that you can't make aqueducts. It's literally going to be impossible, because you can't have water that hangs in the air above everything else, because since it gets dragged from down below, you can see why, right? So you can't have like a channel that stretches across your village with water in it. Kind of makes sense. And that also means that in order to move water to the opposite side of your village, you have to make like a massive dam wall if you wanted to do something like that, or navigate the water all the way around the edge of the map as a compromise. That's the only way you can do it. And since like moving water up in the game is nigh impossible, and at no way like advantageous other than like yeah, just not advantageous, you just, you know, always build down, never upwards, if that makes any sense. So though I do like Timberborn, there's some things in there that I would like to see them implement. But I don't think it's gonna come, unfortunately. Because that would mean, unless they like completely redo the way that water works in the game. Okay, let's get some power over here. Because I noticed that I remember now that these require like a fuck ton of these stone bricks. Can these keep up? I think so. Yes. Cool. Power might be a thing though. So we're generating 6.6, but we have a higher demand than that. Okay. Go and improve that situation. Been a while. How are you doing? Yeah, it's definitely been a while. You're right on that, boy. I've been very tired recently. I'm doing sort of okay. I'm in a little bit of a physical kind of stress, but basically, yeah, I guess I might as well. So, over here we get like social benefit payouts as like a safety net for whenever you're unemployed, which I've been now for like 3 years. And there's different systems in which you get these payouts. And I just recently moved from one system to another, which pays out less and it has more requirements. And that's just been a major pain in the ass. Alright, Scale. See you later then. Catch you later. I would love to see you around. It's been good. Alright, but yeah, so I've basically been dealing with that whole situation and getting acquainted with this new like life situation that I'm in, because it requires me to do a lot of stuff that I'm not happy about. So the first thing is that I got a new counselor at the job center, and she has no idea like about anything about my situation, so I had to like go through the whole thing again. And literally on the first day that I get to talk to her and sit into this new social benefit system, she signs me up to this program. And it's a program that you can only participate in once, like ever, and it lasts for a month. And part of this program is to give you a full work week of, what is it, 37 hours, however much it equates to. Basically just a full work week, working 8 hours a day. And that's been a little bit of a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, by the way, we're also running Stream Raiders, just in case you didn't know. But yeah, this program has been a major freaking pain in my ass, because it's split it up into two halves. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays you go to work at like a facility at a workplace, of which you get 5 different choices to go to. In our case only 4, because one of them was the cantina in the this whole institution, or whatever you want to call it, and due to the epidemic it's been like closed down because there are more restrictions now. But anyway, so I chose to go out to this reclamation center, sort of, which kind of works like a recycling plant or whatever. But so Tuesdays and Wednesdays you go to these places and you basically have a full work day there, doing whatever it is they need you to do. Sometimes nothing, because sometimes there's no work to do. And the idea is that this should give you build up your competences and broaden your perspective to motivate you to apply for jobs that are outside of your normal competence field, which I don't know if I agree with. And then that leaves Thursday and Fridays, which are set for education, so classes, which are all focused around writing better CVs, how to like do a LinkedIn profile, how to build a network, like all that all the things that you need in order to like what do you call it, improve your job searching strategy, which is something I've already done in the past, so that's just a major waste of my time, but it's part of the program, so you're still required to do it. And that means also that the time schedule for this stuff is absolutely nutty compared to what's considered normal for the IT development world, from what I've at least been used to, which means that normally I would expect to start work at like 9 a.m. Well, this place that I'm working at starts at 7:30 a.m. in comparison. And for reference, over the last like 3 years, basically, I've been waking up at 10 a.m. so that I could catch you guys, and, well, not just you guys, but also people in the US mostly, in terms of, the time difference for both streaming, but also just hanging out with people over Discord, social life and all that stuff. And that means that I've basically had to, from one day to another, turn my entire sleep schedule around 180 degrees. And it's not been fun. It's absolutely been anything than fun. Let's just grab some of these. So I've basically been getting home and just feeling absolutely terrible every single day of the week, to the point where some days I just went home and slept for like 3 hours, and that's why you haven't seen me around much. Just to like give you an explanation of where I've been to. But this week I finally had some time to play again for like more than 3 hours at a time. So yeah, streaming it was. But I also wanted to play something that was a little bit chill and not too like, not demanding is maybe the wrong wording, but not too high of a commitment, I guess. Need more steel. Just really need another factory, actually. I think we can pull this whole thing apart and then turn it on the opposite axis now that we've got this flattened out. But yeah, it's that thing has not been fun. And classes are just so freaking boring when it's nothing new. All the stuff that you're doing already. Oh, this is interesting. Huh, that's new. How do I get rid of stuff that I don't want to keep? Okay. Guess we'll just put this stuff in a box for now. But yeah, it's been like boring as hell. I would not recommend it to anyone. And most, dissatisfyingly, I don't feel like I've been getting any new competences whatsoever. Like, I've been doing stuff, yes, but competences? No. Absolutely not. And hardly been gaining anything that actually improves my job searching strategy. Oh. Interesting. So, yeah. It's been not so fun. But I'm like halfway through the program now, which is nice, meaning that there's only like 2 weeks left to go. And there has been like some success through some of these programs too that I can speak of. So it's not been all bad, but it's just not been good enough, if that makes any sense. Like, I wish I'd gained more out of it, because that's the whole point of the program, right? But like, for one, they don't have like any places that you can go that are mentally requiring. Like, a lot of it is factory work, basically. I mean, one of the places literally was that the other guys that went to, they told me that one of the things that they've been doing like for a full day is just put plastic wheels onto small toy cars like the entire day. Like, what kind of competences do you build doing this? And the pay is just so bad because it's like you're working there for free and then it's paid through by the government, meaning that you know, you're not employed, you know, so you just get your social benefits and that's your pay, which is like super low. It's like my rent, for reference, is like 5,500 Danish crowns, and in social benefits after taxes I receive a whopping 5,500 or something. Like, I basically barely get enough to pay my rent. Now that is the baseline that you get, which is like where you start out at, and I apparently get like more. I just don't know how much yet, which is also like why I've been freaking out a little bit. But yeah, the general gist is that you don't get a lot, but they still require you to work, like, you know, for a lot of hours. But in terms of my success situation, I guess, is that I've at least been praised for the work that I've been putting in the place that I got sent off to. You did get a choice, right? So it's not completely random, but still, the choices were not, what do you call it, attractive. Could definitely be better. And we want a stone smelter here. I think we can fit it in if we just do it in a smart way. Do it from here, actually. So it wasn't last week, but the first week I actually ended up getting an entire hour off work earlier simply because I managed to complete a bonus task. So they had like a computer that needed to sort of be reinstalled so that it could be sent out for use for someone in like our local government stuff. And in order to do so, they needed to enter the BIOS of the computer and couldn't do so. Basically, whenever they would boot up the computer, it would load into BIOS, presumably, but the screen would just turn black with a bunch of green lines. And they couldn't get it to show what was happening in BIOS. Now, for reference, the computer itself did have Windows installed already. You could get into Windows just fine. So, you know, it's not because of some major hardware issue. And they basically told me that if I could figure out and get into BIOS, I would get an hour off work early. And the funny thing is that it ended up being like a 5-second fix. Like, literally something you could fix within 5 seconds. Because I figured out that it was because of the way it was hooked up to the monitor. As when you're loading into BIOS on your system, a lot of BIOS don't support specific resolution, so they had hooked it up with DisplayPort cables and then converting it into VGA, but because of how the conversion works, it's still like sort of being registered as a too high resolution, and as such couldn't show the BIOS menu screen because it just wasn't compatible with the resolution, basically. So the solution was to go and pick out a HDMI to VGA converter, and another thing I also did was I plugged it into the GPU instead of the motherboard, which I don't necessarily know if that actually also made a difference, but just like as if with magic, it worked immediately. And I got an hour off work that day, which I was very happy with. It was a good time. And then not last week, so, well, I guess this week, Wednesday, I went through these EKG machines that measure heartbeat and stuff. And I just had to like check if they gave like a signal and if you got all the curves for all the different monitoring things. So we weren't really testing to see if it did the monitoring correctly, but just if it gave like a monitoring at all. And there were some of the machines that were completely like fucked. They basically booted up and asking you to put in a date, like basic system setup stuff, and you would do that and they would reboot into the system setup, meaning that they were like just trash. AKA just gonna be discarded entirely. But yeah, that's the valuable work I've been doing. Which is okay. And at least sometimes they do have like a few of these object tasks that need to be done that are sort of like, you know, smells a little bit of IT or software in one way or another. It's just not like all the time, and not to the degree that, you know, I would usually want to work, what I would want to work with. But it's okay. It is okay. Let's get this industrialized setup going here. The belt in with some iron. So we're just doing like the layout first and then we're scaling it up. And from my previous experiences with this game, scaling up early, or at least accounting for it early, is very beneficial. Because otherwise you just end up wanting to tear your entire factory down. And unlike Factorio and other similar games, if you sort of just think about it just for a second extra in this game, when you're initially building it and working off, you know, past experiences and all that, you can actually like get away with building efficient setups from the very beginning without requiring you to like pull everything apart. The only thing that's really a limiter was that whole terrain replacement thing. Okay, and oh, so this is new research. So this is for the blueprint? Okay. Don't think we quite need to do that yet. Unlocks mecha flight. That could be cool. Would need to pick up some coal though. Research you. Just looking for anything that we can sort of get very easily. Oh, this definitely needs to be researched. Because very quickly we'll move into like red research. Since a lot of this stuff is not that expensive to unlock. We're just gonna queue up a bunch of this stuff. Here's red research, but this is more than enough for a while. How's the stream quality today, by the way? I just noticed that it went into orange. Because I have been monitoring my stream on the second monitor for a while, so it was sort of like being under a little bit of strain. It's fine. Hey, Papa Race. Cool. Yeah, I was a little bit worried, but I did change it into performance mode now. Have you seen this game before, Papa Race? It's not quite RimWorld, but you never know. Yep. Cool. That means I don't have to explain everything that you can do here. It's on to wishlist. Or alright. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it if you're into I just read that screen for a second there. If you're into factory games, highly recommend. I do really need to automate creation of these sorters though. Have a plan here. I've played this quite a lot myself, but that was a long time ago, and since they just fairly recently introduced achievements into the game, I thought I would give it another go. Oh god, this is like gonna be so fidgety. These conveyor belts around here. That is okay though. Yeah, I'll just pass these through here and then flatten out some of this lake area instead of trying to like split the belts here from here and like moving them all over the place. Which you can do a lot of cool tricks in this game to split your belts as well, because they require these splitters which have like different configurations. So the splitters here, I guess, sort of work a little bit more like they do in Satisfactory to some degree. Yeah, we're just like breezing through all that research.
The data shows this is a planet without natural silicone veins. However, you can still obtain some by smelting stone.
Yeah, silicon.
While you still need a massive silicone collection,
God damn.
you need to find
Freaking research.
with silicone veins as soon as possible.
Okay, so we needed steel and stone, which is here. So if we build a factory setup here, then we should be fine.
And even the entire cluster by clicking the star map button in the lower left.
Okay, let's do a more traditional setup. I really like the soundtrack for this game too. How loud is it even for you guys? Do you hear that soundtrack okay? Because it's the first time I'm streaming this and I didn't really get a chance to mix my audio well enough before the stream started, unfortunately. Instead of like stopping the stream and taking the rational approach of trying to fix it, I decided to just like, nah, sort of guesstimate it. Actually, let's do it like this. Kinda have me on low volume, folks sleeping nearby. Alright. Yeah, the audio settings for this game are a little bit weird because I think the tutorial guy, he's only adjusted for the main game volume, so I have to like set these other things higher up in order to like compensate. And before I did the opposite way around, where I had the master volume higher and then I adjusted the other settings down. But it seemed like the narration of the tutorial was like only affected by the master volume, so doesn't really give you a lot of options. Okay. So let's do like this for now. And then if I ever get around to, we can always add another belt with more stone bricks. Oop. Actually, let's put that in the middle. Not really because it matters too much, but meh. And here we're going to be making this floor stuff again. Just in a bit of a cleaner setup. Okay, let's do it like this. Feed all this stuff into this box and then set it to like 10 capacity. I think these foundation pieces, if I remember, they stack to like 1,000 or something. Right. Now that this is up and running again, we can think about expanding in this direction. And only think for now, because we need a lot of those floors, I think. And you don't have to like fill out the entire floor of these, you just have to be like you can be a bit stingy with them, as you can tell. It's not like in a factory town where you need to pay red coins according to the terrain height. Here it's just like, oh, you terraform one tile, so it like pulls all the surrounding terrain up with it. If you want it to be completely flat though, you do need to sort of, you know, fill out the entire area, but it's not really necessary, so it's a neat little trick for saving foundations early on. But it gives us a lot of space to work with again, because we do want to work in that direction of the planet's axis. And let me just think here, because we have 4 belts, but our sorters can only reach like a certain distance. Can't remember if the higher ones can reach further. This box is like in the way. Yeah, I know, it's gonna fall on the ground, that's fine. We'll just put this here. Because here I know it should be relatively out of the way at least. Okie dokies. Let's get some more assemblers. Need more steel. Iron ingots. Oh, and we've already done all that research I queued up. Jeez. Well, let's queue up something more expensive. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all the stuff we can research for the time being. Okay, let's go over and get some of this. Actually, can I? No, I don't have any. About to terraform this lake area, but meh. There we go, that should keep us going for a while. Also, for anyone who stepped in, we are doing Stream Raiders, if that has your interest. And I actually have access to the Stream Pirates beta stuff, but I haven't looked into it yet. So if that's something people would like to try out at some point, do give me a message or just say so in chat, I guess. Because I'm a little bit curious about it, but Stream Pirates is fun. Okay, so you've tried it then. How active is it? Oh, you're a captain there, alright. How involved is it though? Is it like Stream Raiders where you sort of play it as a secondary thing, or is it like, you know, this is the game that we're playing now? If you know what I mean. Right. It's a secondary thing. Okay, that's good. You never know, so I might as well ask. Because I just signed up for the beta because it sounded interesting, but, you know, don't really know too much about it other than that. A lot less intrusive than raiders. Okay, interesting. That sounds like a positive thing. Not really that I think Stream Raiders itself is all that intrusive, but... Okay, so... Let's get some freaking automation going. Because I only think we've got belts way over to the left. Everything else has been made by hand so far. Start with some power. And I mean, you only really need one of these factories to produce each thing, so... As Captain, you get 6 attacks you can do to uncover the goal, a chest. Players get to place a unit every 3 minutes or so. Every 3 minutes? Holy shit. Okay, that's like way more frequent than in Stream Raiders, right? They gain XP and can be upgraded. There's quite a few units. Interesting. I might check it out on a different stream when I'm a little bit more prepared for it. We'll see. Let's get this stuff in here. Let's get this limited down to 2 slots. And then what do we want to craft next? Storage boxes maybe? What do we need for those? Ah, stone and iron plates. Stone bricks and iron plates. I mean, we're getting stone bricks up here, so could be cheeky and just drag it down. Actually, he says, trying to figure out what he wants to do with this stuff, because I kind of also want to pull the steel over. So let's try and get it over here. Building vertically with conveyor belts in this game can be a little bit finicky. It's not too bad though. Depends, you drop units and check on it. I guess it kind of does ask the players to get more involved on their end. As a player you've been, okay. Feels more like a game you're playing than sit and watch the raiders. Yeah, sit and watch the raiders offers. Okay. I think, I wonder if that's a good or a bad thing. Because I mean, you want your streams to be the interesting thing that people are engaging in. And from experience, a lot of people that ended up joining in on Stream Raiders never come around to the stream itself, so you know, you don't really build up a community or anything regarding it, so they don't really get involved in whatever it is that you're actually wanting, like what you're actually doing, if you know what I mean. And I consider that slightly bad, because it's supposed to be like a thing that gets people like to come over to Twitch and stuff. You can see that. And that's like Stream Raiders after all. So Okay, storage boxes. Always nice to have that automated. What's next? Could move the conveyor belts over here, which I might actually want to do. So this is just going to be like one long ass factory that does a whole lot of different things.
Rare veins scatter around different planets. They will greatly improve production efficiency. So if you find them, collect them and put them as a part of industrial production.
Yeah, so now I can toggle a thing that you can't see. It's right over my webcam, but now I can actually see the mineral veins on the map here, or the planet. Oh yeah, how far can I zoom out? Oh, I can zoom all the way out. So yeah, planetary stuff. Orbits and shit. Yeah, there we go. Pretty cool stuff. And a universe. Oh, can I actually... Oh, we can zoom out to the Milky Way. So this is something they implemented after I stopped playing, as far as I know. Should I have saved before this? We'll see. But this is like all the saves in the game that players have made. So each and every one of these clusters represents someone's save. Number of engineers. Wonder what that means. So literally you can see the total power generated by Dyson Spheres by every single player in the game this way. And we're situated over here. Yeah, it is really cool. I think this is definitely something that... Huh. You can zoom like really far in too. Kind of reminds me of Spawn in some ways. So that'll be us at some point, all the way out there. Of course, everything is still like scaled down, you know, just like with Kerbal Space Program and all other space-related games, so that you can actually get there in like a humanly convenient time frame. But it is still cool with the grand scale of things. And we will need iron for this. And this one will also just need iron. Yes. Cool. And then we'll feed that into a storage box. Put it down to 2. I know we're building the conveyor belt somewhere further down the line too, but we'll just remove that later. Right now we'll just keep going though. Oh. I'll just eat my own words. I suppose we'll go and pick up some conveyor belts. Can't remember if you get like you can set up requests through the logistics system in this game. It's been a hot second since I played, so can't quite remember. Also, we should probably extend this factory finally, because copper won't be able to keep up otherwise. Build my drones, build. Good. Yeah, steel is not going too quickly either, but that's okay. We can expand that once I've got the sorters automated. I think we're also low on power. Yeah, it's not quite being satisfied, is it? Yeah. It's okay though for now. Okay, so here we want to make some sorters. We already have all the materials coming in, so it's literally just hooking up the belts to the factories. I don't really even need this last one, do I? Because that's just stone bricks. It's literally just required up to this point over here. Low power. $27 units, that's more like it. Cool. Let's get that going. We'll freaking curb stomp this. But we don't have any retry tokens at the moment, I don't think, so. Because I did like run free maps in the beginning of the stream when there was no one around, so. Hoping that people would pop by. I was a fool, as they say. But we have like a long stream still. Boy, Rob, and the Trying Scotsman, you all three get like some scrolls. And I do give everyone a bunch of extra coins, so. And we're aiming for that blue chest there. Awesome. I forgot that my rogue's now like a satyr thing. What should we put down? Put down a centurion. Got a bail. Been awake since yesterday early. I'm gonna have a nap. Alright, Papa Rafes. See you around, and thanks for dropping by. It's good to see you guys popping in, generally speaking. Gotta admit, it's been a little bit lonely when it comes to like the last couple weeks. So it's good to see you're still not giving up on me. Have a nice one. That's actually been like the hottest though. Like even people that are more close to me locally, I don't get to see that much, so. Streams are dead too, be back though, don't give up. Never, never, no surrender. Absolutely not. It is sort of demotivating, but that's why I need to get back into the stream today, right? So that I don't give up on it. But yeah, that's been like the hottest thing for sure. Even people that are more locally, geographically close to me, I've barely been able to hang out with for the last 2 weeks. Because one of them, he's also like the server owner of the Starbound server on that iPeak. Since his hours as a chef mean that he's off at like 10 p.m. That's like an hour before, or actually when I go to bed, when I have to get up at 6 a.m. in the morning. Because without like at least 8 hours of sleep, my body just doesn't work right. And that means that not really been hanging out with a lot of people recently. And then like waking up into a job that you just want to like commit seppuku. It's not fun. Assembler. Okay, so if we do a little bit of trickery here, we can make this factory work. Yes. Because the trick here, of course, is that we limit the amount of stuff that we store, right? So we don't really need high capacity belts. We just need so that it gets made eventually. So even if the initial machines eat up all the components, eventually those buffer chests that they fill up will be completely full. and then the resources will flow down line to the later structures. At least from past experiences, that's more than adequate for what you need, especially early on in the game. And it just makes it so much easier to get started if you don't have to worry about like injecting new material from the side or whatever, or make like massive buses with a lot of material going down, or worrying about throughput even, which is also a thing you can do here, right? Because these belts transport 6 items a second, and eventually you get tier 3 belts that are much faster. But just being able to automate this whole thing and just pick them up is just so nice. Okay, so we also need arc smelters, and they actually need stone, so screw it. Let's hook it up here. And yes, that's one little benefit of this design, because the sort of materials that you need for all this initial stuff is very simple. You can just have like those 6 belts on the side and then just store them right next to the factory. And then if you ever need more material, you can hook in like lines from the side, so that you fill them up like halfway down or whatever it may be. And that could be, you know, also the factories that produce these electromagnets or the circuit boards. So that way you don't have to like start from the beginning over here and make like a sort of a split here and run out of space. Then you can just use the entire planet as your canvas. At least that's how I prefer playing. Okay, maybe we can make do with... Nah, let's do 2 stacks. And later we can take these outputs and then move them into other factories in order to make tier 2s and later tier 3s with the same like sort of methodology, and then we'll be Gucci. But yeah, so again, just the same materials. We can put it into this box here. Did we need anything special? No gears? Okay. So that means we literally just need a factory and some power. Bloop. Circuit boards. Iron ingots. And what are they, electromagnets? I think they're electromagnets, right? Oh, magnetic coils. My bad. Set that to 2 as well. Oh yeah, and we also need the stone bricks, don't we? We don't have a factory for wind power. Okay. Question is... Okay, let's do wind turbines first. Though I do want to switch it into solar panel. I kind of want to sort of skip thermal power right now, because I don't remember them ever being like they produce more power, but you're also restricted by the throughput of your conveyor belts. So until you get better fuel, they're not really that viable from what I remember. And eventually you do want to build the Dyson spheres anyway, and those are going to be way better. Anyway, so wind turbines. Gears, okay. So because it requires gears, we'll just need another factory nearby. And I could make like gears its own conveyor belt, but then we'll run into the issue of having to run them like in and out and stuff. I guess this steel one could technically have been gears, considering that that's kind of all you need for this one. But Since you don't really need that many gears to begin with, this is an okay solution in my opinion. Wind turbines. One of those, and one of those. And there's like a crude oil deposit here, which we definitely want to keep available, because they work similar to Factorio, where all the oil somehow magically is an infinite source of like resources and combustible fuel. It's kind of weird how that always is. Speaking of that, actually, in Factorio, one of the mods that I played with last changes that whole thing so that or it's like one of the things that it does, so that all the fuel is finite, just like everything else, like it should be. Which makes for oddly enough very different experience of the game, because normally you can just like make your oil derricks, and though they will eventually go down to, what is it, 20% or something, they'll never go further down than that, meaning that, you know, it's like a set it and forget it kind of setup, where if you end up running your trains of combustible fuels that's derived off of the oil that you harvest, assuming that you also, you know, use everything else in the oil processing process or refining process, kind of means that eventually you just never need to worry about it ever again. Comparison to like with even nuclear fuel, even though it lasts a long time, you do eventually have to expand your production as your uranium fields will run dry at some point. Okay, so technologies, no upgrades. There was this one thing, this thing. We do need like those magnetic coils and coal, most importantly. I don't have like a coal vein hooked up anywhere, so yeah, this energetic graphite does last for a long time. Oh god damn it, I haven't made mining machines yet. Automated. Should probably do that next. I did notice we were running out of iron for current demand, at least. It's not a biggie. Okay, 2 slots should be more than enough. Could speed this up by just putting down some more mining thingies. Nope, not like that, dragon. Not like that. Can be a little bit creative when putting these down. Let's get some. Where is it? Environmental modification. Just flatten this out so we can build our freaking things. There we go. Should be more than enough. Probably don't have the power to run it all at max efficiency anyway. And just the time it took me to build those things, pretty much already got almost all the coal I needed anyway. There we go. Oh well. I guess that means that we have some coal if I ever need it. Magnetic coils. Well, let's first take a look at this stuff here. Okay, so we can expand this, of course, but are they even running at max efficiency? It does seem so. Okay. So 60 a minute, and I think the conversion is that these have like 6 a second, which would be 60 a minute, right? I think the conversion is... Does that check out? It's like, why is it not like the same? I've seemed to remember this where they measure like production as like by per minute, and then the transport rate of the belts is by second, which is kind of weird. Why don't they like harmonize it so it's easier to get an overview? But I think it's just 60 a minute. No, that doesn't make any sense. Right, so it's 60 per minute for the factories and 6 per second for those. So what you want to figure out is like how many factories do you need in order to make 6 things per second and then scale it up. I can't remember what it is and I'm too lazy to do it right now. So we'll just try and overcompensate by building more factories than we might need at the moment. 6 factories? Really? Yeah, because then you divide. Then that would be... Right, of course. 1 per second. That makes perfect sense. But then why were they not being filled up? That is the question now. It's probably the ore then. So they produce 180 a minute. Obviously the bells will still feed them with 6 per second, so in an output should be equivalent. Seems like this is completely full all the time. So how many was I just missing 1 before maybe? I guess having 6 and then plus 1 for redundancy is like what you want to do. And then I think on the next spell it's just like twice the speed, I believe. We'll see. Thanks for having my back, boy. Yeah, that's another thing I've noticed. Like, I'm not really like thinking as on point as I usually do because of this whole past 2 weeks. Don't know how to put it. Like, I've not been as well adjusted thought wise for some reason. And even today where I've like had more than plenty enough of sleep, my brain's still being lazy. Actually, let's take about 2k of that stuff. Now, of course, the downside of a design like this is that you have to travel down a long distance to get your things, but I think it's worth it. Alright, so mining thingies, right? Yes. So they also require gears, okay. Yeah, I think the sensible approach would have been to make like a gear belt instead of what I did with the steel, because the steel hasn't really been used anywhere. Oh well. in there. Okay. And plates. And of course, iron gears. Or just gears. I don't think... Yeah, the game doesn't distinguish between different gears of different material. That's not a thing. It's just gears. Which for like some... I think one of the Factorio mods I played was like... Oh, now you gotta make like copper gears and stuff. It's like playing a crazy ass Minecraft mod pack too. It's the same thing. So what are you up to today, boy, anyway? I never asked. Doing something interesting in your weekend? I hope you have a weekend today, of course. Guess I shouldn't assume that. Nothing much, really. Alright. Well, sometimes you just need a bit of no brain time. Plasma exciter. Do I want to make these now? Oh, right, they require those. And we should be able to fly now? Yeah, we can fly now. Whee! It's not super fast, but it's something. Ah, shit, how do I... Alt. There we go. Wow, achievement. Okay, how do I do this? So this requires iron and the coils. Okay. And we need to make plasma exciter, which requires the coils as well. But it also requires prisms, which is made out of glass, which is made out of rock. So that's a bit of a process. Okay, we've got some stone way over here. Guess we can just use this. Oh wow, did I already... Oh right, I forget, soil. Soil is a mechanic in the game. So like, in order to fill in water you need soil, right? And to get soil, you spend your foundation stuff on these small hilly areas in order to flatten the terrain, but also to get soil in return. So whenever you flatten terrain that's like raised, you get soil in return, and whenever you flatten terrain that's like a, you know, lake or river or whatever it is, you spend soil. And it's like its own resource that gets stored separately. So in early games, sometimes you just gotta go around to these green areas and just annihilate the forests, basically. Eventually, when you get to other planets, from what I recall, you can get around that easily because those certain planets have like almost small mountainous hills there instead of just forest spread sort of forests or whatever. Okie dokie. So glass. Yeah, that's probably the thing that I'm gonna do, just make a glass factory. Glass into prisms, which we're gonna need for some stuff later down too, if I recall, so... Might as well scale it up, since we're sort of getting into that point where we can start making, like, much larger factory setups from the get-go. So something that I do prefer doing is, like, whenever I start building around a resource deposit or start mining it, I always try and fill in like all the mining machines sort of semi-efficiently, just so that it's completely covered, really. Like, it's the main goal, because that way I don't like end up building around it and then realizing that I ran out of space. And there we go. Just filling up my stacks here. Yeah. Can I sort this? I don't think so. Oh, that is a sorting button. Never mind. I am talking shit again. Oh yeah, also you can stack these boxes on top of each other. Something I forgot that you could do. I think we can pretty much get rid of most of this stuff that I have on me, since I don't really need to carry it around, since, you know, we're already automating fabrication of all those things over there. Just like it should be. Okay, and these just need to power this place, so no need to like be super neat and tidy with it. Okay, that looks good. So let's see. Glass factory. So we do 2 conveyor belts here. And then we feed it back from where we're putting in the stuff. And you can do some things here. Did I ever? No, I never automated splitters, huh? Okay. So I only have one of those at the moment. Okay, though. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So right now, let's just configure this so that we have 4 miners going into one side and then the other 4 into the other. Not necessarily going to hook it all up immediately, though. That might be a little bit overkill. And I totally miscalculated. Or counted. It's not even a calculation. Okay, well, my robots sort of do their thing, I guess. This should be glass, not stone brick. So we'll need a lot of that. And how is this recipe again? So it's 2 stone to 1 glass, but it's over 2 seconds, meaning that in effect, you basically just need 1 stone every second. There's like some funky ways that you can go about it. So it's like 1 stone to half a glass pane, if that makes any sense. So actually, I guess that means if instead of this, change it up a little bit. So we feed in with 2 belts. So that we just sort of keep that 2 to 1 ratio. then that sort of reduces the amount of thinking that we have to do. So now it's just like a one-to-one, really. Will require us to have all the things hooked up, but, you know. Whoop. And you can go down there. I know you can use shortcuts for this, but I prefer using the visual UI in video games whenever you can. Whenever it's provided and it's not too clunky. Okay, so we do like this. And then prisms. So what's the recipe for prisms again? 3 glass to 2 prisms. Okay. Okay. That's a little bit annoying. We'll take a look at that after Stream Raiders. Holy hell, 41 units. This is more like it. Okay. Let's put a curse on these guys because they're going to come flying at us. I'll use this opportunity to take a toilet break in a moment. I'm sure we got this anyway. Would you look at that? We won! Alright, so boy, Rusty Subligar and Smoky T is back. Right. Right. You guys get some scrolls. I've not completely, like, given up on me. I don't remember if I've ever seen Smoky T in chat, at least. Well, that's good. Maybe people were just asleep. Who knows? It is like Saturday after all. Work line breakers. It's like just such a massive map. Hello, Toto. Good to see you here. Have fun playing Minecraft? Or you're still playing? A little bit bummed out that I couldn't join in, but such is life. I haven't actually seen because I should still be in Kyo's lurking. Yeah, okay. RIP. I have no idea when he stopped streaming. Oh well. I did at least get some hours in on there, so. I don't know if that's so relevant this time. We're playing Dyson Sphere Program today. Because I needed something... I was just feeling like it, really. But maybe later today, if you can convince me, we can dive into RimWorld. I mean, we still have that save going with medieval only stuff, so it's not completely out of the question. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Okay, so you can rotate these, but I kind of don't want them to. How do you clear this? Remove, drag, confirm, put item back. Interesting. Because I want it to be flipped, not just rotated. But yeah, did you have a good time over there on Kyo's server? Looked like you were all like pretty far along for what I could see. Okay. If we just do like 6 of these, should be okay. Do have to do some readjusting here, but that's okay. So I did have a great time, made plenty of stuff. Well, I always love it when people make plenty of stuff. I always end up like being at a loss for what I want to do in vanilla Minecraft, because I always get into the, oh, I really want to make like a villager village, because that's like the one mechanic in the vanilla game that still sort of interests me, but then I realize just how much work it is, and I never end up building the nice village that I like finish off what I started. So I've just grown way too accustomed playing with mods. And it's funny, like some people are so tired of playing Minecraft with mods that they just don't want to, while then other games they can't play without them. Captain did village. Oh, villager village. Are there other villages you can make? But it's a lot of work if you want it to look nice, though. It's definitely a time-consuming build project, let's put it that way. So 3 to 1. So I actually would like a third factory. Haven't tried Minecraft mods yet? Okay. How long have you been playing Minecraft then? Because that can... Well, I shouldn't assume anything, but... Sounds like you're pretty new to Minecraft then if you haven't played mods with mods yet. It's like, how to best sort of describe it? I would almost consider that Minecraft is like, with mods, is sort of where factory-based games almost started, because all that automation and kind of like game mechanics got introduced with mods like Buildcraft way when that was all new and exciting. And then slowly but surely, as far as I can recall, factory games started popping up afterwards. You know, Factorio being one of the first ones that made it big anyway. But there's like so many mods these days that it's kind of ridiculous. From factory mods to magic mods to mods that focus on exploration. There's just so much stuff in there. There's also those that just expand the whole villager system in general, enabling you to make way more complicated stuff. Or complex. Like a difference between complex and complicated. When Total played Minecraft the first time, Total got dumped to PvP factions gameplay because of friends. Oh god. I've only played a very little amount of PvP Minecraft, and that was way back when Minecraft was new. And I can't say that it was an super enjoyable experience, in my opinion. I would rather just be free. I've always played Minecraft with the PvE anyways. Okay, let's make this a little bit clean. Save some space. But yeah, I don't really have like a major preference to Minecraft mods, since the two major like groupings would be sort of like either it's magic or it's technic, right? So either you're doing automated setups using magic, or you're doing automated setups using, well, mechanical sort of machines and stuff and electricity and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, they're all like, where the hell are my drones at? Oh. I was just about to say. There's like a newer mod that's really piqued mine and other people's interest too. It's called Create, which sort of focuses around automated setups, but using kinetic energy, or however you want to put it. Because Toto never left base, just farming and discovering redstone magic. Den mother. Redstone is so cool too, and there's a lot of benefits for PvP as well, especially if you know how to make like a hidden base, right? But some of the mods that you can get go really crazy with what you can do. For instance, one of them is called Computer Craft and does kind of what you think it sounds like it does. Basically adds computers to Minecraft. It's a bit crazy. And you can hook it up with redstone signals too. But, you know, it being like a virtual computer basically means that you can program a lot of stuff almost like any conventional program that you would imagine. Never messed around with it much myself, but like one of the things you can do is that you can get these small robots called, for instance, mining turtles, and you can program them on how you want them to operate. So what path they should follow and how they should mine ores and all that stuff. And then you basically just put them down, and then they like excavate out that pattern, through that pattern in that code you sort of made. as far as I remember. It's been a while since I've messed with them. Okay, so we want the stone in here. Yeah, let's pick up some more conveyor belts. But yeah, PvP Minecraft never been my kind of thing. I do enjoy the building aspect for creative stuff, and I also like to make functional things. Actually, like more functional than purely aesthetic, which is a little bit of a problem when playing vanilla Minecraft, because there's not really a lot of functional stuff in vanilla. So I end up like running out of stuff to build very quickly, apart from the village system, because there's quite a lot of stuff you can do there. Because, you know, you can actually make like a library and give it a function, if you know what I mean, through the lecterns. Even though it's a simple function, it does still sort of have the functionality of a library, right? So okay, so thoughts are good. Prisms. 3 glass to 2 prisms over 2 seconds. Meaning it's basically the equivalent of 1 prism per second. Okay. So we just start with the first one here, set that to... crap. That's factory stuff? Really? It is. Okay. Focus watching Dragon Friend now. Alright, Toto. By the way, we are running Stream Raiders too. So if you're wanting to participate in that, feel free to do so. Now the question is... Raiding party! Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh, were you streaming? Wait, what? Alright, Toto, thanks for that. Very much thank you for that. Or you're streaming Minecraft or something. What were you streaming? Oh god, how does this even work? I guess I can do like that, right? That does work. It's not happy about it. Can I put in this? Does that actually work? There we go. I assume that's submit what it is, right? Oh no. More letters I can't read. Thanks for the follow. Wait, does it actually... Did it do that when you followed me in times long past, Toto? Or did it also show the... God damn it, what are they called again? Greek not numerals, but Latin letters. Latin alphabet stuff. God damn it. Can't remember. Well, thanks for the follow anyway. Very much appreciated. So if we do... Okay, let me just think about this one more second. So 3 glass panes every 2 seconds. Okay, so that means that we definitely want to do this over 2 lanes as well, just to get the most out of our unnecessarily complex setup. So if we do this, then we should be fine. Guess it also builds in a little bit of redundancy here. But I suppose that means we would need to have 12 assemblers instead. Yes, you say. thanks for the follow. I still can't read it, but thanks. Anyways, I assume those are your viewers, right, Toto? So if we do this, it should work. Question is, will this reach far enough? I think it will. So 12 of these. Oh god, that's gonna take up a little bit of space, I think. 3. Another 6. No, another 3, so that's 6. Okay. I'm sort of putting my little drone friends on overwork. Ah, long English name. There we have it. So where I'm at is in a total 8 for 2 lines. I don't think so, boy. Where I'm at, I'm in Denmark, so that would be just north of Germany, and to the east of England, and to the west of Sweden and Norway. So in between those countries, pretty much. I think it would be 12, right? So the thing is that we're outputting to 2 lanes, but it takes 2, and that's because it takes 2 seconds for one factory to produce this stuff, and that means it also takes 2 seconds for it to consume 3 glass panes, meaning that we need twice as many factories in order to sort of get that result, right? And if we're outputting to 2 conveyor belts, then should be Gucci, hopefully. Math. Nice. Oh god, that's so hard to read when it's formatted this way. 3 divided by 2 equals 1.5. Oh. But I mean, remember, we have like 1 belt for each, so it's just a conversion of, you know, 3 in, 2 out. But it takes 2 seconds to craft the thing, so factories are slow. Oh god. Crap. No. Oh, this is painful. This is actually painful. Okay, so we're moving like super slow because I didn't pay attention to our power supply. Fuck. Can I make one of these? I can. Do I have the energy to do so? No. Crap. Total Asian, but not good at math. 2 seconds to craft. It's not 2 seconds to craft 3. It's 2 seconds to craft 2 and consume 3. Means a half per second, so that means 1 belt can handle 4, right? Well, wouldn't it be easier, since I'm feeding in with 3 separate belts, to just say like, oh, it's 1 line in? Like if you just think about those 3 lines as one like combined throughput instead. So that would mean that you have a throughput of 18 per second instead of 6. So it just means that in essence, you know, we can fully supply for each belt. If each belt supplies the factor of 1, god damn it, resource each, it should check out, right? And then you just multiply it up in terms of time needed to craft the thing and as to how many factories you need. Because the throughput is, you know, 6 per second. But it takes 2 seconds to craft it. And since the throughput has all been normalized, as far as I can tell, or however you want to put it, it just means that we need twice as many factories because it takes 2 seconds for it to craft, like, you know, 1 process. and everything on both sides of the factory sort of checks out. So that's at least how I would sort of view this, if that makes any sense. As long as everything's like powered and stuff. Math. But it's not really math. Like, I don't try and put it up into like actual math. I just look at it and like, oh, how can we do this conversion from one to another, I guess. Or if you're feeling more brute forces, you can also just try and put down factories until, you know, conveyor belts can't keep up anymore. That also works. Not the most efficient for like larger setups, but it does work. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Because, like, you know, resources and space is the least of your concerns when you're playing on default settings, at least, so should all be good. And one there, and one there. Doop. And doop. Dragon Jesus. Is that the hair? Well, thanks, a long English name anyway. Good to see you around here too. Fucking Dragon Jesus. I guess that works. Well, we have all the prisms that we could ever want now for the next time being. What did we need this for again? I think we just needed this, ironically, for these plasma exciters. It's like way over engineered, that fucking factory. It's all good though. Yeah, I have an idea. So if we take this in here, just run this conveyor over to there, please. Come on, game. I know you want to. No, you can't build vertically. It's a little bit finicky where you have to put the mouse for it to want to place. There. This is not where it's gonna go. Okay, so we put a factory down on this side. So that would make it here. Wait. Come on, game. What does it say? I think it's because it's like sort of seeing that my mouse is on the conveyor belt next to it, and it, as a result, it like wants to like hook it up to that belt instead of putting it on top. Oh well. So here, can put in this thing. Yes. And then I wonder if this is gonna work. Damn it! It's not long enough. Oh, no, it is long enough. Yes, 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 yes. Ah. No, wait, no, 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 no. That's not what I want. God damn it. Okay, maybe it's not long enough. Are these longer? Please say they are longer. No, it just goes to the freaking belt. Okay. Shit. Okay. How do I do this? How do we do this? Yeah, too far. So the reason why is because we need these regular Tesla towers in order to make these power towers. And Factorio pretty much without all the bugs, fighters, aliens. But I'm not entirely sure on how we're gonna accomplish this setup that I need to do here. Because we're getting the prisms in on one side, and we're getting these magnetic coils on the other side from a previous factory, but I would have hoped that I could make use of these over here, because if I don't, these require iron ingots, and those are on the opposite side of this factory, so... how to do this in a good manner? Could be cheeky and just... You know what? Screw it. We're gonna be cheeky. Though I don't have a lot of material on me, so we might need to make another sort of factory for these splitters first. Because I'm gonna start needing these. Oh man, this is like such a long factory. But yeah, this is Factorio, and I would almost have said in space, but like more in space than Factorio itself. Because you can zoom out. Like you can zoom out. This is where we are. This is our save. Right there. All these stars in this Milky Way represent different people's saves. So there's one that's... Would that be... Tetravolt? T-Volt? Don't quite know what the scientific notation for that is, but all of these are basically saves. All these you can click on. And then at the top you get like an overview of how much power has been generated in total. It's kind of cool. So yes, eventually we do get to go to other planets. Right now we're just working on the basics though. Splitters is one of them. Actually, should I make a we'll just use a separate one. Could technically have used this other gear factory for the same purpose, but whatever. This is okay. So the goal here is just to produce power, I guess. Something called a Dyson Sphere, which is basically like a huge solar panel array type setup that you build around a sun. That is like the general concept. Okay, Stream Raiders, thank you very much. And there's actually some lore behind the game too, to sort of explain, okay, why are you even doing this in the first place? But we can get to that in just a moment. Start this battle though. We should win this, right? Is that a beer mug? Oh, it was a suicidal beer mug. Nice. Yep, we're doing fine, no problem. Advance. Your stream raiders won't load. Oh, that's sad. Hey, there's some scrolls for you guys. Can't unfortunately help you out, Toto. Not barely, I never play as a viewer either, so... But wait, no, it's the same client, so that wouldn't really make a difference. So what you're basically telling me is that I should not shut down stream raiders whatsoever because I might not be able to get back in again? There you guys go. I also do have access to Stream Pirates, but I haven't set it up yet, so I don't know, like, if it requires anything particular. But I do have access to the beta as far as I know. This set the limit to 2 stacks. Very much. What was it more? Circuit boards and iron ingots. There we go. Let's just make some of those. Get some restock going on here. Maybe I should even expand the power production while it's sort of making those. But yeah, Papa Race was in here also talking about Stream Pirates, saying that it seems pretty interesting. So I don't know, maybe I'll give it a go later today, because I have planned on streaming like for a very long time today, but at some point I do need to go and make some pizza. But I will be back later. Assuming that everything goes to plan and I'm not like completely tired for some reason. It's been a long week. It's been a long week. But we're still like early on in the day for me, so that's a bunch of hours before that. I've got to go and stuff. These wind turbines just take up so much space. Should really make like a solar panel farm somewhere. It's not really like they produce much more power than these, but and they only work when the sun actually hits them. But oh, the fuck. Okay. But they are at least able to be placed right next to each other, which these are not. Let's pick up some soil by just randomly putting down some foundation stuff here. Because I can always use more soil. But yeah, going back to the lore of this game, so the idea is that you're controlling this mech called a Icarus, and your goal, as has been preordained or whatever, is that humanity has been slowly converted into like a higher consciousness as a society, like literally. Meaning that everyone's like transferred their consciousness to a digital space instead of being physically present, aka basically a matrix. And although people are now in this simulated environment, people are still propagating and having offspring and, you know, doing all kinds of stuff in there basically. And in order to keep on doing that and spreading out that way, power is required. And in order to acquire all this power, you were basically being sent out on this Icarus thingy to accomplish this by building Dyson spheres out in the universe and then sending power back to the mainframe or whatever it's called. They call it something specific, I can't remember what it was. Toto made pizza too during Toto's birthday. Did not get to buy beef, so Toto used shrimp and scallops instead. Alright. Not one myself for seafood that much, but that's just because I think I might be allergic to crustaceans or something along those lines. There's some kind of seafood when I've gone to like Asian restaurants and stuff where I just get like a bad stomach, and basically the equivalent of food poisoning is the experience, I suppose. And at some point I was like, okay, this has to be like an allergic reaction, because it doesn't sound right that it's every single Asian restaurant that will give me food poisoning. So like I have to be a little bit careful from what I've picked up on what I eat and stuff. But it's the only thing, fortunately, that I'm aware of. But yeah, I've got like some homemade dough that's just like getting nice. How do you even say that in English, actually? Because I'm a bit unsure on what you call it. So over here, when you're putting your dough aside, we literally, like, the literal translation for it is that you just make the dough raise. But I can't remember what the English word for it is. Might not be fresh, or Dragonfriend has shrimp allergy. See, the thing is, I'm pretty sure I can eat shrimp just fine, but I think it was like it was calamari rings or something like that. So deep fried calamari or whatever the fuck it's called. So I thought it were like onion rings, but then when I bit into them and figured out what was inside, I found out it was actually like presumably some kind of calamari or whatever. I'm not well versed in this, as you can probably tell, but that's like the only thing that was like, you know, how to put it, like special in terms of something that I usually don't ever eat. So it's the only thing that I could like point my finger at and said, maybe that would be the thing. But then again, like, why calamari and not like other things or whatever it was? It's tab, isn't it? That is the button I was looking for. There we go. This should work.
With 4 directions, it can split the passing cargo or balance the cargo on multiple conveyor belts. The splitting speed depends on the conveyor belt speed.
Yeah, splitters in this game work more in tune of like
priorities and filters.
Or for some reason remind me more of like a Satisfactory than Factorio. But yeah, I was thinking we can just like hook this over here and just have a second belt go in that direction. So it's the same line, it's just being split off in 2 directions here. It doesn't take up a lot of space, so you can easily do this. And that's the thing that you can't do in Factorio, is 3-dimensionality, so might as well utilize it here, right? Okie dokie. So we were making wireless power towers, which require Tesla towers. And now we should have everything available here. Yep. It's just on the other side. And then electromagnets. Not electromagnets. What are they called again? Magnetic coils. I will keep getting that wrong until the end of time. I just know it. It's not really like it matters, but I like to get things right at least. And alright, we need those other things too. How do I want to do this now? Kyo Square Land. Right. Hopefully. It'll probably take me like a couple of weeks, but maybe. It's like he always streams whenever I'm streaming. So it's also been like impossible for me to repay the favor of him rating me over and over again. But yeah, eventually might get around to it. Hopefully. How do I do this? Can we do something clever? So if we want to raise this up, can do that, but can I reverse this? Change path. Can't remember if there's a way to reverse these belts once they're already placed. There might be, and I just can't remember. But this should work. So if we put that down there, then we put a factory, let's put it here. Should leave us with enough space, right? Yes. Cool. So here we can make these plasma exciters, then put them out on the belt and then feed them into this factory right next to it. So it's not the cleanest setup or whatever, but you don't really, I don't even remember if you even need those plasma exciters for anything else in this wireless power tower, so I'm okay with that. It works for me. There we go, and this thing required these prisms and these magnetic coils. Yes. This is running now, right? Yes. Coolio. It's gonna go very slowly, but the main there's like two main uses for these. So one is that they have like a longer transmitter range, so they're useful if you want to just move power between two locations. But coincidentally, that also means that they have like some flaws or downsides. So one is that you'll notice they take up way more space. They take up like, what even is that? I guess space is like a little bit weird when it's a grid on the grid and not like a tile placement game, right? Like Factorio is. But in comparison, these can like be placed much closer adjacent to things. But these towers also have like a smaller range in which they transmit power, but they do have another function, and that is that if you're next to one, you actually recharge your mech through the power grid. So if I were to put down this one here,
you built a wireless power tower, which is suitable.
I'm no longer like consuming my fuel.
By its longer connection distance.
But mostly they're just used to transfer power across your base.
By using electricity from the grid.
And later in the game you sort of end up replacing them with other stuff anyway, so meh. Oh, and we also so for solar panels we need a completely different thing. we need silicon. Can I even make the there they are. So high purity silicon is what you need. And silicon ore you can acquire through two ways. You can either, well, I think there might actually be more, but I can't remember. But you can either convert stone to silicon ore at like an atrocious rate, very expensive, or you can also mine it on certain planets. It just doesn't exist on this planet, so you have to do it through stone. And coincidentally, that means we have to figure out where the heck to put this sucker. Well, all our stone is like over here. I think we're gonna use this vein here. So let's go over and take a look-see. Do I? No. God damn it. Okay. We need some more foundation. Guess we might as well go and restock everything else. Chests are okay. Conveyor belts are looking a little bit scarce. There we go. We're gonna need a lot of smelters. How are we doing on... Oh, there we go. Nice. Actually, is there anything else that we want to do before we move on to solar panels? Anything here at all? Storage tanks, we'll use those later, but meh. Could automate a matrix lab, maybe? Because we're... Oh, right. We're producing glass, but we're not really sending it down here. But I guess we can just... Since it's right over here, we can just have like a merge here in the end. Then we'll do some sneaky stuff. Let's get a little bit closer for this. Build, my minions, build! Okay, so we are making these. I guess we can make a chemical plant right next to it too. Oh, that one's going to be a little bit annoying. Okay. So one thing that's a little bit of a challenge in this game is that the splitters, they take up what I guess you could call a 3x3, as you can see here. Unless you're using this splitter here, which can be sort of just barely be put in line with the conveyor belts in some cases. But yeah, you have this splitter, you have this splitter, which... I don't know, does it have like a bigger floor plan? Yeah, it does. Oddly enough. And then you have the basic splitter, which is this one. You can stack these on top of each other as well, which, apart from... Well, you need to do that because you can, like, pass belts over top, like, neatly, but... Yeah, it's a bit of a wonky explanation, but generally just... If you want to split stuff in this game, it's a little bit more difficult than normal. But you can also use these as like, how would you put it, helpers, I guess. So if you need like, or you want some additional like convenience in terms of how you're splitting things, you can do it in a very interesting way. So I'm just trying to think how we can use that here. It's a good effect. Don't even remember if I've tried doing what I'm about to do before, so this is going to be a bit of a new thing. Should be fairly compact though. So we'll do like this. So the way these work is that, I guess you've seen them already before, but they basically split up between the different ports, right? So you can also use these as not necessarily a more compact, but a more convenient way of putting down like height adjustments, so to speak. And you can also split them back the way that it came, right? But what you can also do is that we can do this little trick here, I guess. Because we need to get glass into this particular factory, but we need the stone to continue for later without using too much space. So maybe this is gonna work out just fine. Hopefully. So now we should be able to just do this. Then we also need iron ingots. And then we need stuff from the opposite side. And actually, I should probably just... This steel is not really like used as frequently as I thought it was. I couldn't remember, so... Should probably have done this as like glass paint or something that's more commonly used, but... Oh well. We'll just work with what we have. So if we take this into this box, this should be making us science labs or whatever the heck these are called. Matrix labs. Nice. But yeah, this works. And the glass is being sent onwards as well, so it doesn't take up too much extra space. And the reason why that was relevant is because I want to make like a chemical plant factory already, just so that we start making them. Because as you can see, they're fairly expensive. But the thing about it is that they both require stone, bricks, and glass, which is a little bit of a pain in the ass. Oh, and steel. So how do we want to do this? So neither copper plates nor iron is required. Okay. That means that we can save a little bit of space that way. So if I do like this, put that sucker in there, and then just like cheekily do like so. Where do we have to put our factory so that it can reach everything? Here should be okay. Oh, and it's just like nice and snug up against here. So we set this to that chemical factory. Plant. And then we can feed the iron ingots along there. Then we take this stone brick back across. And then we just put in another splitter here. Yeah, that'll work. Right? Oh, shit. I forgot. Game is a little bit stingy and picky when it comes to like to bends. I forgot, because the distance when you're going like from a diagonal, I suppose, is longer or whatever. So if I were to do this, it like sort of doesn't really want to put it at a corner. So it has to like be like this to reach. That's okay. There we go. Now, of course, we have the steel there. Just not really producing any. Oh, right, we also need electronic circuit board thingies. Let's finally scale this production up. Wait, 20 a minute. So that doesn't that mean I need like 3 times as many steel smelters? Or am I like thinking wrong? So these are producing 60 a minute. And these are producing 20 a minute. Oh, okay, but they are also consuming 3 times the material, so that evens out. Okay, that makes sense. So the only way to speed this up is if I make another plant similar to this. And we don't really have the space for it here. How do indeed. So there's some iron up here that I guess we could use. Have everything we need on us, so it's just a matter of building the sucker. Wow. There we go, lots of space. Space. Whoop. God damn it. Can't remember if there's a way to rotate it the opposite way around. Well, I guess just rotating all the way through is also fine. Okay, let's build it on this side over here. It's okay that things are a little far apart, just so that it's spaced out. Especially because we also have the science labs over on the other side. And I don't want it to become too cramped, since this is probably gonna take up a lot of space. Do we want to? I think we do. I think I want to feed it back around instead of like through the factory. How many do we have even of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about 3 per setup. Okay. It's probably gonna be more than enough. Dream Raider says we're ready to fight. Okay. Let's go. Should I curse some of these guys? Or do we just want speed? Let's give everyone some haste. At least as many as I can reach. The buffs! Wait, what was that thing down in the bottom left corner? Was that like some of ours? Some of you may perhaps die, but that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. Well, considering that we have about as many units as the enemies, we're more than fine. And let's see who gets the rewards. You guys get a monk scroll to call posse. And that's you, Toto, right? Yes. Just like trying to remember. And then, boy, you also get some coins. And we're off to a loyalty skin chest. You monk. I don't really use monk myself either. It's kind of meh. Meh. Don't like the monk. I mean, it's a DPS that it can also heal, right? Let's try and stay somewhat together over here. It's always a little bit difficult on this map, but there you guys go. Okay, how are we doing on power? We're doing okay. One more there. So not fan of bald, really? Is that your argument as to why you don't like the monk? But that's just the skin then, right? Just need a monk skin. Yes. All right. And this should be pretty straightforward. +700 monk scrolls. Oh my god, that's insane. That is insane, Toto. Also very funny at the same time. God damn it. Silly goose. so I think we're gonna go around the bend here. So we take this and do like this instead and feed those in here. Okay, can I make like some kind of neat setup here? I think I can. So let's try this on for size. It's not really like you need a splitter here, but again, I do use them on occasion just out of convenience. Work faster, you damn drones. You're not doing your job. Didn't need this last one actually, now that I think about it. That is okay. And we're gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. Gonna do this instead. There we go. Okay, and that was just the smelting, right? Yeah. 3 to 1 over 3 seconds. So that means if we feed in through 3 separate belts. Okay. Ah, damn it, we ran out of belts. What? Fucking power's out. Because yes, you can only move around and subsequently also fly while you have power. So if you overload your power consumption or whatever, yeah, game just kind of like punishes you. Don't think there's anything we can do until we can research this thing just for the heck of it. This is like movement speed and stuff, but does require some things that I would have to have on my person though. Okay, we'll take that hill when we get to it. Oh god, I forgot how much energy it requires to go up and fly early on. Belts. Belts. Let's push this up to 4 stacks. So I can pick up more at a time. Because it seems like we're running into that need now. I have no idea where my drones are. Oh, there they are. They can fly surprisingly far away from you in order to build things. Even if it's not the most efficient choice at the moment. But they will definitely still do it. And they're also still gated by their sort of power. So we can speed up the build process by putting down one of these, I think. Yeah. Because otherwise they sort of wait until you accumulate enough power inside your mech before they go out and build things. So if you run out of power, they don't work as fast. Okay, so steel. So we can technically put down 3 times as many factories down this line. And the belts should be able to keep up. So let's just do that. And as far as I remember, you do need like water as well, and you cannot dig out like places that have been filled in, so at some point you do need to dedicate like at least a small area so that you don't like completely fill up the planet. It should be okay. So 3 seconds to make 1. So that means if I build 3 times as many factories, it's basically the equivalent of 1 per second. For each 3 factories, right? Meaning that I only need 1 output, as far as I can tell. And we'll feed it out the same way that we're putting things in, and the reason why is because eventually if I decide to upgrade this factory with better belts and stuff, then because everything gets fed out where it comes in, I can just extend these further along. So just multiply the length of this with however much I need. And because the conveyor belts can transfer more, you don't have to change your setup whatsoever. Everything else, like down the line in return, is gonna work just fine. So like this. At least that's the idea. It doesn't always make for the best factory setups, but it does have that advantage that if I did it the opposite way around, and say I made like a road across up here, and eventually had to make this longer, then I would have to continue this belt further along and then move all the way around the factory all of a sudden, instead of just keeping that same connection that doesn't need changing whatsoever. Making it a little bit more difficult to scale it up in the end. Not impossible by any means, but I do like to keep it a bit more simple. Work. Okay, and the power does seem like it can reach all of those, so that means I can just do the pylons on this side and repeat the pattern. Okay, we do need to make it a little bit longer though. And there are other logistics methods than conveyor belts down the line. No trains though. We don't use trains in space. But there are some other things that are pretty cool though. Okay. Maybe might have made this a little bit too long. Or at least longer than necessary. There we go. And now I can really see the curvature of the planet, how it like... It's so funky to look at because it's like such a drastic curve, right? Especially when you have really tall buildings like these matrix labs. You can upgrade eventually so that you can stack even more of them on top of each other. And it just looks... it's just this towering structure on the planet somewhere. In the horizon. It's kind of cool. Okay, so now we should have a max bandwidth usage belt line or whatever thing going through here. And I kind of just want to follow the grid and feed it into what we already have. It's kind of what the whole point of this was, right? But later, when we get like better logistics methods, we can eventually sort of overhaul that system so it runs on that instead of conveyor belts to a nearby factory. And we can just cheekily feed that in here. And then take it from there. Because that's something when you play the game for the first time, you don't know what to expect and all that stuff. So you might make this like maybe compact or just very spread out factory. And you can't really scale it up because you build yourself into a corner and all that stuff. But then on the second go, if you've played for long enough, you know enough things that, oh, if I build this clever from the start, you can save like a lot of effort and headache in the long run. And that's all what this game is kind of all about, isn't it? Well, kinda. That and providing power to the home world or whatever. Connected. Hell yeah. It's looking good. Should be good on steel then for a good while. And while we were working on that, wouldn't be surprised if the steel demand has gone down because, yeah, this buffer is like full up. So we'll just increase that for now. Oh god, so many matrix labs. Maybe we don't need like 2 stacks of this stuff. Very well. Let's get you. Wait a second. So in order to make those required for this particular research, can we even make electric motors yet? Or is it like a factory only thing? Let's see, can we make the electric? No, we cannot. Because I somehow missed that crucial research. Alright. Should be done in a jiffy though. Oh, and here's the red research that I also somehow totally did not research yet. Oops. Anything else while we're at it? All of this requires red research. Now we can make those freaking things. Cool. And those are made there. Okay, so Magnetic coils, gears, and iron ingots. Okay. And I remember that you need 1 billion of these in the long run. So we have a couple options. We can either make these as is just for the research now, or we can already make a proper factory. And I think making a proper factory is the better approach, honestly. Because they are required for every time you want to make tier 2 belts and sorters and all that stuff, so... Although I could unlock research temporarily to make a little bit of extra progress by just making a quick factory, I don't really think it's worth it. The question is, though, where do we want to build a factory for that stuff? So we're gonna require iron and copper, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, so it's just 2 materials, which is not too bad. It's just that 2 of the things here are already like processed components. So we're gonna need a lot of iron and then a little bit of copper. So this iron vein there, and then I'm thinking the copper vein over there, and then just remove all that lake stuff in between. Oh yeah, right. So we've got to be a bit aware that there's like a split in the grid here, okay. Not a biggie. Where was it? Here. This thing has just been chugging along, making all this foundation stuff. Doing a good job at it, too. Yeah, there's bound to be a few puddles here and there. I don't even think you really have to, like, always fill them in, but might as well. Hi, Tumbles. Oh no. Is this something that even the French accent can't even redeem or make up for? Only one way we'll figure that out, eh? Couldn't help it. Oh, welcome back, sausage. How goes the Dysoning? We haven't done any Dysoning yet, but planet's looking like okay at this point. Just build like a steel factory up here. Though by the time I finally finished it, the steel demand was like non-existent. So right now we're like going into making electric motors, which you need 1 billion of in this game. I am not on my first playthrough. No, that would be correct. This is my second playthrough. I played the game like way back when it first got onto early access on Steam, and I played it basically to the end as much as you could consider it, you know, getting to infinite research, all that stuff. Yeah. Nice design. Yeah, it's definitely a very different experience playing it the second time around. But you've probably already figured out now that building along the... I don't know, you would probably be way better at correcting me on this, but what would you even call this axis? This axis? Because it's longitude and latitude, but I can never remember which one is which. But you know, we have these grids that sort of intersect. Longitude. Okay. Latitude? Can't remember which either. Nice. I would just say horizontal and vertical axis, right? But yeah, you have probably also noticed that you don't want to build along the vertical axis, because then you get into like this ugliness. Like, you can make it work, but holy hell, does it not work well with repeating factory designs. Pretty sure is latitude this way. It's not too bad. No, but the main problem is that as you get closer and closer to the poles, the grid size has also changed. Like, you can really see it here, right? And that becomes a problem where spacing between things are not always the same. Like, if I do this, right, I cannot put a Tesla tower in. Well, I actually can, just barely. But like, I can put a conveyor belt through here, but I can't do it here, because... Okay, I'll just shut the fuck up now, I guess. But you know what I mean. Certain things just can be put way more compact in one axis than the other, and it just gets messy. Game is making you lie. Yeah, I know, I know. Yeah, it's much easier when you build the opposite way around, or the other way around, because it's always the same distance between the grids, all the way, like, circumnavigating the planet, right? So you could literally make one factory that just goes across the entire planet that way. But yeah, when I first played the game, you couldn't even make blueprints. That's a new thing to me. You had to build everything by hand, so as a result, my first save was also like 75 hours or something. And I also did have like a major break in between, like, some time, because it got like very what's a good word for it, tedious trying to play the game at some point. The drag building is really sweet. Yeah, I mean, the upgrade facilities feature was not in the game when I started playing either. That was like introduced later down the line. So yeah, there was definitely a lot of things that felt missing, let's see. So trying to figure out how I want to do this. So do like compact setups when we can. Doop-a-doop. I think this is going to be fine. Conflicting with your stream schedule. Oh, that's sad. Well, hope you figure that out, man. And see you around then. Have a good one. And thanks for dropping by, too. Bloop. Right, so iron is a 1-to-1 conversion. So if we feed in here and output on the other side. Let's keep it safe. So how do you do blueprints anyway? Create blueprint, new empty blueprint. Mass copy existing planning, okay. So how does this work? Copy. Use now. Control V, okay. Collide with other object, huh? Oh, that's annoying. Doesn't like overwrite things? Really? Alrighty. So does that mean if I do this, will it be a bit more nicer to me? So we take this and make it into a blueprint now. Then it won't connect though. Then I'll have to go through the whole thing and connect all the conveyor belts. Okay. It's a little bit more finicky. We can't like overlap things. Do not like that. But that's probably just because I'm used to that being a thing that you can do in unless I'm just not knowing how this works, I guess. But you can do that inside in Factorio. 101 thumbnail text, blah blah blah. So this will work, okay. So that should be way more than I ever should need. Don't know why I made it that long, but I did. Overkill for sure. For the time being, anyway. Oh well. Once we take a look at stream rares, the little drones can sort of just do their thing, I suppose. Oh, that's a lot of units down there. Let's curse these guys so we can take them out sooner rather than later. I'll use this opportunity to take a little toilet break. Be right back. No, we lost. Didn't win, but here's a salvage chest. Okay. Well, we have got our retry tokens now, so again, this is a loyalty skin chest. See, this is again what happens. It's like every time we do one of these, people just disappear into thin air, and I don't know where they go. Means more rewards for everyone else, but it's kind of weird how that works. Guess we'll just try and put down some units over here so we don't get pincered. I assume that's one of the problems, maybe. Oops. God fucking damn it. Okay, Oh yeah, another way, there's another way you can actually also use these splitters, which is a bit more clever than what I did earlier, but does require some more work in order for you to do so. So let me just try and demonstrate how that works. I guess we would need 2 of these. Because you can actually also use the splitters as a sort of filter kind of setup. So when we click on the splitter, we get like this holographic view here. You notice there's like the output nodes and the input nodes. Thanks, Toto. That should help. So what we can do here is that we say on this input here, not priority. How do you do this again? God damn it. There's like a way you can do this. Why is it not working? What am I missing? Oh, I'm an idiot. It's on the outputs only. So we can put an output priority in here on these. Can I not set up more? No, I cannot. Well, I could do more than that. What? Wait a minute, what? Left click to prioritize output, but what if I don't want... I know you can do this. Am I just overthinking it? Because the idea is that you can set a filter here, right? So you come in with sort of iron ingots on one side, and then the other side goes to a different material. For some reason you can't. Let me just make sure. You can do a little test here. Yeah, it's working just fine. Okay, so it's just... yeah. So it's got like some inferred stuff about how this works, right? So if I remember correctly and understand it now that I've messed around with it. So basically we set a filter for one of the outputs, in this case iron ingots, meaning that not only will only iron ingots go through that port, but iron ingots will only go through that port. So even though there's no filter on this port over here, the ingots won't like overflow into that output even if there's like room for it. So as opposed to like this setup here, right, where it's splitting like in 2 ways and they're split equally. So we want to put up this iron ingot thing here too. There we go. So this essentially allows you to make an intersection without having belts go over each other. Only unfortunate thing is that it takes up a lot more space, but you can do this. So I just wanted to show this. Like here you would probably just have the belts go across over the top, but you can definitely do this. But it does require some more work and can be a little bit hard to like see what's going on at a glance because you can't see these filters without clicking on them. And it does also open up a lot of error that you can introduce into your system, seeing as how like if you forget to configure these things, what the frick, then you have materials going into all kinds of places that you don't want them to. And then you just end up having to spend a lot of time cleaning up afterwards. Or in the worst case scenario, you don't notice it, and your entire machinery just stops for several hours before you realize that something is wrong. I do remember having that issue happen a couple times, which is why I kind of went away from this approach, but you can definitely do it. It also helps you manage things a little bit more neatly. But there are a couple of disadvantages to it as well. Other than the aforementioned thing where you can't really see that what it's configured to at a glance. There's also like the amount of space that it takes up. But also like if you want something to go across here, and I can just demonstrate this. Like this is not tall enough. Right? It has to be at least 2 units tall. And you can also like stack these things on top of each other like I've shown before. But you do still need to have them like too tall, right? So vertically everything gets like spread apart more that way. Possibly so. So in reality, like you're not really saving any space, I guess, because if you went over, that would like take up the same amount of space, if not less. Okay, so regardless, we're just gonna run with this setup because meh, don't feel like changing it now. And we also need to set up a copper plant over here. Okay. Can't see shit. Okay, they're going that way. These conveyor belts are just to sort of give me an idea of spacing. Since I did still make that plant over there, you know, scalable in this direction here, and it shouldn't collide too much with this coal deposit. So if we like put down these conveyor belts to measure out the distance, we can make the copper smelting facility go in the opposite direction without sort of going in with each other. How does this game do in terms of lag? Looks like it has a lot of visuals to process. I can't remember. It's been a while. And they might have done some optimization since, but when you have a lot of stuff going on one planet, it does take a little bit of a performance hit. But don't recall it being that bad, honestly. It's working fairly well. Of course, your mileage is going to vary depending on your computer, as it usually does. But other than that, meh, don't really know. And I mean, you can zoom pretty far out in this game, but I mean, they have render distance. Can't even remember what their graphic settings are like. Oh yeah, I also haven't played this with a 2K monitor before, so that's a new thing. So I'm rendering 4 times as much as I did last time I was playing. But yeah, there's not really much you can change. Vertical synchronization, I don't even know what that means. VSync. Of course that's what it means. VSync. But yeah, I can imagine why you would ask that question. A lot of factory games that exist out there, some of them don't really perform too well once you start building a factory, so knowing that this game does okay well is probably a good thing. All right. Want it to go the opposite way. I assume you're just asking out of curiosity because you have never played the game before? Mm, mm. Yeah, it's like, we could test it out. Of course I'm streaming, which does put a bit more of a strain on the game, but... Oh, right, yeah, for some reason my Steam FPS counter is not working right now. Guess I need to re-enable it or something. But, I do have a save from when I played last, but I don't really want to open it up, unfortunately. Since, I'm afraid it's just gonna immediately unlock all the achievements. And I'm kind of like trying to earn them legitimately, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I guess I can show you what we have so far. I mean, this is a thing you can do, right? You can go into orbital mode like this, and this runs just fine on my end. But as soon as you zoom further out, everything sort of gets unloaded, so for all intents and purposes, everything that's on like a planet is only really rendered when you're on the planet. And I assume that things that are on the opposite side of this planet right now are not being rendered either. And there's render distance too, so... Let's see... Is it happening here? No, I don't know if it happens in orbital mode. But I have noticed some things like... Yeah, all the sorters, if you look on the smelters up here in the top left, when we get closer they sort of pop in or whatever. Here you can see it a little bit better. So there is like some thought put into it. And I think the another big plus for this game is that it's an active development, with frequent updates happening to the point where it's like, is it like every week or something they at least put out a few updates in terms of what they're doing, or even like small changes? Nah, can't be every few weeks, no one really does that, but it's fairly frequent at least. Okay, let's just repeat this for consistency's sake. But it's definitely one of the better factory games that are out there. It does a lot of unique things that you don't really see in any of the other games. And then there's just the scale of the game, which is very different than anything else, really. Since space and stuff. And it's 3D and allows you to build vertically as well, to a certain degree. Not as much as some other games like Factory Town, but more so than Factorio. Looks interesting having an actual planet as opposed to, oh, it's not just one planet. You can go to the other planets. You can also go to the other solar systems. Just don't know. I can't view them, but I need to go and survey them before I can go to them. There are different planet types. that have different resources too, so you do have to establish logistics networks across different planets eventually. So you can literally like have one planet that is your main production facility where you send all the resources to, and you send it out. Bruh. Oh, you want to see more? You can zoom further out, by the way. So this is the Milky Way galaxy that they implemented after I stopped playing last time. So this is our save over here. And each of these stars or whatever represent different saves by other players. So you can't go to them, but that's a lot of stuff. And then it's like, oh, we have all players combined have made a total of 309,000 Dyson spheres, etc. We're producing this much power and so forth. It's pretty cool. I don't think the Milky Way or the galaxy map really does anything, but it's just a nice little detail. Yeah, and also just like showing the player base, really, right? Because it's just a statistic over how many people are playing the game actively. There's no multiplayer though, but I wonder if that's going to be a thing at some point. Could be interesting. Oops. So, probably goes without saying, but I do highly recommend it. I mean, why would I be playing it otherwise? Free. Don't really need these, but I'm just putting them in so I have this for scale later. Right now I'm just expanding the basic production of iron ingots and copper ingots. There's also a factory game that's a little bit easier to get into once you understand some of the basics compared to something like Factorio. Literally, like, making a smelting facility is skipping a lot of steps that are included in Factorio, such as, oh, here's your first furnace. It also requires both ore and like a combustible fuel source. But here we just skip straight to electric arc smelters over here, just requiring you to put in power and your ore, and then you're Gucci. Meaning that all your factories, pretty much, if you build them appropriately from the start, can be scaled up all the way into the end game and be reused without requiring you to rebuild them ever, really. Maybe I'd make a few adjustments on occasion, but for the most part, that's pretty much how the game is. Now, where do I want to build a factory, though? Down this way could be cool. Because we're currently making a factory for these electric motors. But we require a lot of materials for this. Run around in a mech suit, electricity is a given kind of logic, lol. Well, I suppose. Can I get away with just building the factory here, maybe? So let me just take another look. So we need iron gears, which require iron ingots. Those are made at a rate at 1:1. Okay. Then we need iron ingots themselves. And then we need magnetic coils, which also require... Oh god. Fucking hell. Yep, I remember why making electric motors is such a pain in the ass. Okay. Well, let's do the iron ingots first. And I'm thinking like long-term scale here, so it's gonna require a little bit of tinkering, but should be okay. Does mean that we need like another line of smelters though. Fiddlesticks. Okay, maybe I'll scrap that idea. And just do the easy approach, goddammit. So if I want to be fancy, it's just gonna be a pain later. But I would rather just have something that is nice and tight. Because this does exactly the same at way less space. And we should be able to just copy paste this across. And put some power on that one. Building these overpasses can be a bit finicky though, unfortunately. Well, Dyson Sphere Program. Hello, Pow Dude. Did you ever finish your save, by the way? Or, I guess you can always say like, oh, I finished my save, but you know what I mean. Did you ever get into endgame? I have an idea here. Don't ever think I've actually done this before. Well. As they say, gotta try everything at some point. Already regretting it. Right. Wait, will this actually work? Yes, it will. Two new big release kits out before you finish. Started over this week. Well, they did also just introduce achievements, which is why I'm here as well. So I can sort of relate, I suppose. So if we do this... God fucking damn it. And then this one doesn't really need to do this. But yeah, I also just like started up again yesterday, but just as like a little trial test just to get back into it, and then I did a new one at the start of the stream today. Okay, so if we... Yeah, so I do need to do like this as well. So the idea here is that these mining facility thingies are effectively like splitting, have the ability to split into two different lanes without, so they're basically filling them up equally in the end without negatively impacting the amount of ore that gets sent across, so the throughput is like even between them, if that makes any sense. But yeah. What the heck is that? Like that setup I just explained? Or achievements? Yeah, it was just like something I just thought of. Maybe that could work. Because otherwise I think there's like no other iron deposit nearby. So it's either doing this or like splitting up these mining machines into 3 portions instead. Which actually, like this solution is actually even garbage because I'll need way more than this. I have used blueprints. I'm not. I tried them just a moment ago, and I'm not a big fan of it yet. Because there are some limitations there that kind of scratch my noggin. So the main thing is that, say I were to copy paste this, and unless I'm like missing something, right? And I copy paste this in. Like this will work just fine. I can copy paste this in here because it's just right. But let's see if I can make an example. If I were to do, I think this would do it. If I do this instead, like I can't put it here because it'll say, oh, it's overlapping or whatever. Collide with other object, right? So this is not allowed. So unless there's some way to overwrite this overlapping like there is in Factorio. So you gotta be like pinpoint accurate with where you're, how much of your conveyor belts and all that stuff you copy across. Otherwise it's like gonna complain it's overlapping and not allow you to put it down. And in Factorio you can just like pull down shift and then drag across and say, and then everything that's overlapping, it just like sort of skips. So so unless there's a way around that, I probably won't use it. Just being able to drag factories and have all these sorters put in there already are more than fine enough. Also, just being able to use this upgrade facilities thing that I didn't have back then is a major plus. So, do we want to? We probably want to make use of this stone. Like, I'm currently setting up a factory for electric motors, but I'm trying to like optimize it, I guess, as much as possible for what I have available to me. But I'm running out of space here if I want to keep it all nice and tidy, so I just might have to either do a compromise or rethink my approach, I guess. I haven't quite settled on anything yet. So if we set you to make gears, that's rated 1 to 1, okay. Ah, crap. Okay, before we go into Stream Raiders, I gotta go over and get freaking power somewhere. Here. Otherwise I'll return to this game and then be out of power. Now, what's the problem with that? Oh, what's the real overlapping problem is not even with blueprints. Because when you control click a smelter or something, then it takes sorters with it, but they often collide with other objects. Okay. Don't know what you're talking about. When I use shift left click to copy the thing across, it seems to work fine, but you do have to have the conveyor belts put down beforehand, otherwise it's just gonna skip them. The sorters, that is. Well, that's not good. We're getting our ass handed to us. Toto, your epic unit wasn't enough. Okay then. Well, this is the last retry token. Would hate to give up on a blue chest. Should be much easier now though. Storage crates. Okay. Still can't freaking get your units to prioritize taking those buffs, I suppose. Yeah, let's hopefully... Maybe your shark can win the day, boy. Hopefully that's gonna do the trick. I think if you put a rogue up here, they should go for the ball as well because it's level 10. Same over here. You might be able to get away with it. This one not, though, because it's level 1. Chrome browser suddenly doesn't support WebGL. Okay. Interesting. So what did you say? Got a problem with storage chests. I'm not exactly sure. Can't play Stream Raiders. You know that Stream Raiders has like a desktop app, right? You can still play it, but you need to install a desktop version. Of course, if you're on your phone, then that's a different story. Can you get the, I don't know. You can get the app for your phone as well. Probably not, eh? Oh, right. We were getting fuel. Talking about dedication. Because that's kind of what I'm using, right? I'm not sharing a browser every time I switch over to Stream Raiders. That's the actual game. Actual game? Nah. I guess you can't really say it that way. But you know what I mean. Not sure what you mean about the whole sorter thing not working for you. Because there's nothing that should prevent them from being put down like this, at least, right? So unless you're building on the other axis, then it shouldn't be a problem. Have we run out of... We have run out. Guess we might as well grab some belts while we're here. Anything else that we need? Nah, looks okay for now. You're building on a sphere. I mean, if you're building along the horizontal axis, I guess I'm just gonna call it, then it should never be an issue. Only if you're doing it the opposite way. Or opposite, nah. On the other direction. Since all the grid stuff is like spaced equally horizontal around the planet. I guess it's different if I were to say copy paste this here and then put it up here on another grid. But nah. wasn't even close to the poles. Don't know. I haven't had any issues so far, at least myself, so can't quite relate to your issues. Okay, so 6 should be fine for now. We can just expand this over time if we need. Right? Because it was just 1 gear? Yes, 1 gear. Okay, so you do make 2 magnetic coils at a time. This is that weird map situation. So it takes 1.5 seconds to make these freaking magnets, meaning that you technically need 50% more smelters, I suppose, in order to make up for the time it takes. I bet you have some weird way in playing so you don't encounter the issue. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, I always build my factories along the horizontal axis because I realized that building them along the vertical axis is like, it's more hassle than it's worth it. Because as long as you build along the horizontal axis, you can extend your factory in length ad infinitum until you sort of loop around, which you never end up doing anyway. Allowing you to like copy the design for as long as you want it, as long as you've got space in that direction. See, you fucking splatter foundation all over. Yeah, of course I do. What's the problem with that? Why wouldn't you do it that way? That's not normal. Oh, right, because you want to like fill in all the gaps even though you don't really need to. Makes sense. Oh, that's funny. I am amused. I mean, why wouldn't you? As soon as you realize that you don't have to like expend all those natural resources to completely like cover the planet in concrete, essentially. Of course you're gonna save. If you save this recording, we have to... Oh yeah, I do. All my VODs on Twitch, well, technically speaking, since I'm also restreaming onto YouTube, but all the streams do get archived on my YouTube channel, so you can go back to the first streams that I pretty much did and they should be there, apart from a few examples. Some stuff I've like switched around how I'm doing things now, and as a result some old videos are delisted, but at this point I'm just basically keeping the YouTube recording as a VOD over in YouTube, where in the past I used to like unlist the automatic VOD that gets created on YouTube, and then I would transfer, like export over the VOD from Twitch to YouTube, and then that would be the one that would be over there, because there seemed to be like a slight quality difference. But at this point I'm like, fuck that. I can't be bothered doing that every single time. It's way more convenient to just use the VOD that already gets generated on YouTube, right? So that's where I'm at. But yeah, this fucking system here is just garbage. I don't like it. Could keep it for now, but I kind of need more iron ore in this other direction. And though was a cool experiment and it does work, it's also not easy to work with. Okay, so how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 divided by 5. Okay. That's not a lot. That is definitely not a lot. Because that means every one except, well, one plant, I guess, gets 2 sort of mining facilities. Everything else, the last one just gets 1. Might be enough though. So let's just reroute some of this stuff. We'll take this one around the back. Whoop. Oh, right. Don't have to lower it immediately, so this should be fine. I guess we'll just take one of the iron ingots as the ones that gets a little bit less ore. And hopefully that'll be fine. Build, my robots, build. So if I need 50% more of these, that just means that for every 6 I need to build an additional 3. Okay. AKA, I'm just gonna build 9 instead of 6. Okay, so now we have... I think we have everything, right? Yes, we just need to put together these magnetic coils. And then we've got everything pretty much. But the thing about that is that all the copper is like way, way down there in the other end. Guess we'll just make like a copper conveyor belt here. We're gonna go this way around. Oh boy. Guess I could actually just have queued up some of these, huh? It's not like the Icarus is like making anything else because I've pretty much automated most of the structures that we need building anyway. Oh well. So we could actually have been running faster for a while now. I know. I know. It's just, kind of like stuck until I get red research done, which I haven't begun on yet either, because I insisted on getting these electric motors done first, since they you're gonna need a lot of them, and I didn't want to like put it off, so fair enough if you think so. That you're still making lower tier stuff by hand. Priorities. I'm not making lower tier stuff by hand. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean lower tier stuff? This isn't, I mean, these electric motors are not lower tier stuff, are they? That's literally just because I can do this research if I do so. Gears and magnets. Oh, right. But that's because I don't store gears and magnets. I could like steal them from here, but that would only be 10 at a time, so meh. It's just like doing its own thing while I'm doing all the other stuff. Okay, so yes, magnetic coils, and you get 2 at a time. But you also need... I only need 1, okay. Thinking. So if we do our first factory here, should have more than enough space. Because I don't want to end up taking up too much space that we don't really need. Right. Two-line factorial. Place caches at the end of an assembly line so you can stock up on material like usual. No. I don't need that. The idea is to automate things. It's just that the early game research requires you to have like sub-components, but later it's just like, no. And I did forget that we do need to make these magnetic coils first. Which, the copper is over there. Which is a bit of an annoying placement for it at this point. Okay, let's do like this, I suppose. I don't even really do that in Factorio that much, to be honest. Only like in very early game. Which is like, what? The first few hours or something? Okay. This I can work with. Going back to the whole me playing games a little bit different than you do, I guess. Hey, Andre. You're almost on the last step to finishing the walls. I assume is what you mean, right? Still doing construction work over there. Can't smelt ore by hand, so I guess you make it out of necessity. Unless you're playing with mods. It's like last time I played Factorio, we were trying out this mod that allowed you to have different classes as well. And one of the classes literally allowed you to smelt ores by hand. It was very interesting. Our common friend, Pikachu, he played that class and he never really... Like, he basically just hand smelted everything. It was a very different way of playing the game for sure. Very interesting. Of course, you know, in the long run and big scope of everything, it wasn't really that good, but it did work. But yeah, there's also some things you can't like make by hand, just period, because it requires multiple components, so... Doesn't consume power in Factorio to smelt by hand. Nope. Nope. It was literally just a skill, so the only cost was time. So... Well, there were also some other things, I guess, because it would be a trade-off, because you could also do like combat classes and a builder class, which had like twice as long reach as everyone else and a much larger starting inventory or baseline inventory. So you would be sacrificing inventory space and other combat prowess, etc., for the sake of being able to smelt stuff by hand. So, you know, it's not all like necessarily the best. But trade-off. Can't make sulfuric acid by hand, that's true. Couldn't smelt that either. Okay, so... still handcrafting those. I guess I don't really need those. Okay, so next is to take all this stuff and put it all together. So, this is 4 conveyor belts. Or 3, depending on how you look at it, I suppose. Just trying to wrap my head around how I want to do this. When will I stream RimWorld? Maybe later today. I won't promise anything, but maybe later today, after dinner, I might start up a stream again, but I won't promise anything, so... Because I know, I also want to get back into that. It's just been a little bit stressful lately, so I kind of just need to relax. Whenever I can, really. Okay. Electric motors. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 inputs, and then 1 output. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's see where everything is located at. So we've got our 2 conveyors with iron ingots here, and we've got our 2 conveyor belts with these freaking things over here. Let's try this. And then just have this sort of go across. Didn't know you could stretch sort of across 2 belts. What? What do you mean, like this? This has always been in the game. Like this? A reach of 3? That's like always been there. So how you wouldn't have known that is a little bit of a mystery to me. Always assumed it could go that far. Okay, that's funny. That's kind of funny. But yeah, you've always been able to. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a problem. So let's just do it like this, I suppose. For the time being, we'll just feed this in here. Not really necessary, but meh. Okay, so that's all the stuff needed. Now we just need to scale up. And I mean, that's the only case where the drones are struggling right now, is when you want to put down like mile-long conveyor belts like this. Ah, crap. I forgot the last belt. Forgot the bloody output, didn't I? Work, god damn it, you lazy ass drones. Should probably go over and steal some resources somewhere and just use it for this quick upgrade. See you later, drones. Because we do have a conveyor over here I can use. Okay, let's go to the source. That's probably going to be a little bit faster. Okay, now I just need steel. Easy peasy. So I could already start making Mark II sorters, but don't really need them at the moment. But now at least I have a factory for these electric motors. So that when I do need them, I don't have to worry about it. That being said though, the thing that I actually should have worried about all this time is something completely different. Because we want to make the red research here. And that's just coal and chemical plants doing stuff. I can't remember the process. Take a look at stream raiders first though. And this is our last chance, so we better make this count. You can definitely put your computer in next weekend. Okay. God damn. The backdooring is real here. Are we surviving? Oh, there goes your sharky shark. Meanwhile, I'm just getting freaking pelted by these guys. Oh my god. Someone kill these guys. What the freaking hell? Just why? The freaking stream raiders. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we won. Toto, you get some coins, and boy, you get some musketeer scroll. Finally. Well, we did actually acquire one retry token, so we would have had another chance, but still. Still, though. I guess we might as well take the upper route because it's a gold chest. Is there anywhere else that would make sense? Not really. I'll make some extra room just in case some extra people drop by, but do huddle up in the middle. That's probably the best. At least I got a skin as a condolence. Condolence? Nice! You get a good skin? Like something you actually wanted? Or something you're considering using? Because that's kind of what you're going for in those, eh? Okay, so... chemical plant, right. So... it's not chemical plant, is it? There's something I'm missing here. Yeah, it's the oil refinery, isn't it? All right, that's where you need those things as well. For the tank. All right. Cool. Okay, we need to make these setups. Let's stop working on that whole electric motor thing for a second, and then let's see if we can get this set up over here. Okay, so what did we need again? We needed... it's the same for both structures, right? Yep, just different amounts. So we've got steel, right? Yep, we've got steel, we've got bricks on the opposite side, we've got circuit boards, and then we need this stuff. Okay. Well, only question is, how do I get the stone across without it being a complete pain in the ass to do? How high up does a conveyor belt have to go before we can... thought so. pretty high. So we can get conveyors to build across here, across these storage devices. But it would have to be like super high. Alternatively, oh, we can actually make it pass through here maybe. That might be just fine. Okay, I have an idea. It's always a little bit finicky with these, but if we do this, that should do the trick. And then we just... put a splitter in here. Fortunately, it has to be spaced apart like that, because for some reason this is too close, but if you put down one of these, it's not. Like, these can be flush, at least in this particular instance. Might not work on other places on the planet, but right here it does, oddly enough. We just do like this. Glorious. I didn't think too much about this next part though. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, so this situation here. Okay. Well, I think the easiest solution would probably be to do something like this. I have no idea if this is gonna be possible, but we'll see. Okay, I think it barely just works. Then we can just do this. Will that even work? Yes, it should work. Because you need like 1 billion of them? That's why. Dude, I'm automating everything. That was some gibberish? What do you mean gibberish? Why are you automating build oil refineries? Is that what you mean? I mean, I understood what you meant. And then just steel and circuit boards. I read it too fast. I read it too fast. What? I mean, I got what you were saying, right? Didn't misinterpret it? Or, oh, are you saying that I read it too fast so that what I said came out as gibberish? Oh, okay. Okay, I get you. That's what I was thinking you were probably hinting at. Well, that, and also, like, you gotta get used to the fact that people sometimes make spelling mistakes, right? So... But yeah, I'm automating them because you need a fuck ton of them. Like a literal fuck ton. So why is this so slow? It's because we need more magnetic coils. Okay, that's just perfect. But it's still very slow though. But that's okay. We can merge this in with some other factory stuff down the line. If you need hydrogen, you could use cracking. Yeah. If I had it unlocked. I don't remember if that's one of the things you have unlocked from the beginning of the game. Or not beginning, but you know, once you research the thing required for it. Priorities. Well, priorities right now is to just bump up this production so that I don't have to wait a billion years. Otherwise, this is going to take forever. So these needed prisms and magnetic coils. I guess they were basically an electromagnet, right? Actually, can I do this? Oh, just barely. Wow, that's that's what you call height. Interesting. Hey, it does work. Oh, right. I suppose we might as well do this. Low power. There we go. Yeah, this one is like, the one on the left is like eating them up faster than, well, we're just producing enough now, it seems, so that this one actually does make some progress. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for this chest to fill up, so, Still an intriguing contraption you're building, thanks. I mean, it's not too much of a spaghetti junction yet, but it does work. It's not too, like, overcomplicated, I guess. Okay, so oil. That's what we're going for. Coincidentally, this also seems to just barely fit in here. Well, I guess unless I turn it on to the side. Okay, it does actually reduce. Okay, interesting. So production, right? Yeah, oil refinery. So let's just take a look here. Yeah, we only have this one thing.
To divide them, you need to set a filter on the sorter.
Oh, what's the other thing used for again?
The arrow keys on the right side of the keyboard to quickly set the filter when building the sorter.
Sulfuric acid, right? Mm-hmm. And you can burn it, I guess. Which is kind of the idea, I suppose. Yeah, but it does seem to go down. It said it would like half in like a certain amount of hours or whatever. Okay, so I guess that also means we want to have a... Where is it? There it is. Thermal power plant, because otherwise we're just gonna get stuck with our oil production at some point. Iron ingots, gears, and stone bricks. Okay. Let's just continue all this stuff along for now. This is like my shopping, what do you call it even? Like my shopping street whenever I need to pick up something. Because they all like require similar components and you never really need to like mass produce things. And even if you do, since it gets spaced over time, it's not really an issue with bandwidth and stuff. I only usually worry about that bandwidth situation when it comes to later game stuff, like for the Dyson Sphere, for instance. But for all the facilities, it's not really needed. It's not like you need a lot of them. I'm not making gears by hand. Silly goose. So what else was it? Oh yeah, that one. Okay. It's actually not an issue. Though realistically I should probably have made iron gears one of these conveyor belts, but it ended up being something else. Oh, power. Ah, crap. Yeah, I haven't put down a lot of these wireless towers yet. So I don't really get my Icarus recharged that frequently. Just want a little bit of power so I don't run out before I get over to the refueling station. Because that is like in the opposite end of the base, which is all the way over here. I should actually, yeah, screw it. Set this up to 6. That way I have like a little bit of extra, and then I can take some extra along as a contingency restock pile thingy in case of an emergency, I suppose. Actually, I haven't even upgraded my power grid in like ages. I'm still running off like, this is my power all the way over here. Like this is what's running the base, by the way. Nothing else, just these wind turbines. That's because everything's not running simultaneously, so you don't really need to. At least not at this stage. And once you get into your Dyson Sphere situation, then terrestrial power or local power doesn't really seem to be an issue. Then you mostly just end up running from off of the Dyson Sphere, right? So, because you don't research. Shut up. Can't research without research. There it is. And no weird stuff needed, so we should be able to just feed all the things in here that we need. Okay, there we go. And while that is working its wonders, we can go and look at the oil refinery stuff. Alright, power dude. Check you in a bit if you will be around later. It's also like not too long until I have to go and take a break myself anyway. But I do plan on streaming later again, but not sure if it's gonna be RimWorld or more Dyson Sphere project, because I'm really like enjoying this right now. So it might just be more of this. Even if it's gonna mean that RimWorld's gonna be on hold for a while. But that's also tomorrow. I do have some time tomorrow. Find fuel, and that needs to go into a thingy-majiggy. Okay, well, guess we might as well just make some room here first. Okay. Let's make this a little neat. Because though you need water, you don't exactly need a lot of it. And it's not like you can drain the the planet's like local water supply, so just need a handful of pumps and you're good to go. And we do need that for some chemical processing later. Okay, so now we have some good amount of space here. Have more than enough machinery for processing all this stuff. Now let me just think, because I remember a clever way that I used to do this, or I'm saying it right, so it has to be. So let's see if I can remember how you do that. Oh, right. No. Because it's like an ultra compact setup, but also a little bit weird. I can't really explain it in any other way. So we do get two outputs out of this building here. And these oil refineries, they have sort of free access points, right? So none in the front, meaning that you have to do this weird thing where like you can line them up like this and then go along the width of the planet or whatever. But that's going to take up a lot of space, so preferably, you know, you stack them this way instead so that you get more space to work with. But they do still have that, you know, two things that they output. And you want to keep your conveyors like super compact as well. So what I do is I use the back end for this fuel input. And then it's tab, right? Yeah. So one side's going to be the hydrogen and the other one's going to be the refined fuel. But the place where it gets a little bit weird is that they get staggered like this. So every second one has to be like this leftmost configuration, and every other has to be the rightmost configuration in order for it to stack properly. But I guess the easiest way is to just make a long ass belt here. And then make these that go in the other direction. And then copy paste every second in. Because oil is another thing that you also need to process a fuck ton of. Yeah, and I can't remember how well this reaches everything. But I do believe it's just every second just needs like a power supply and then you should be good. Ah, crap. I forgot the rear input for the oil. But this is like super compact though. And if at some point you need like more oil, the brilliant thing about this design is you can just feed it in the back, right? And assuming you have enough space on the opposite side for output, you can just like extend with another belt that way. Or later feed it into like a more advanced logistics network. But we haven't quite gotten to that yet. So this is what we're stuck with. And from here, let me just take a look at the chemical plant. No, wait, that's not even what we need, is it? Wrong menu. Because it's just hydrogen and graphite. And then the rest we just burn. Alright. Fair enough. Because we'll just add some space here. Because from previous experiences, until even like very late in-game stuff, doesn't really seem to be all that important with a lot of science production. So making something that's scalable from, you know, day one is not really necessary. It's probably when we get into the third science I'll consider doing some extra work on that end, but for the time being I think we're okay. Okay. So we can do this in two ways. So we can use the splitter trick if we want everything to be like ground level. Is there any benefit to this? Not really. Because alternatively we can also just raise everything that needs to do so. I guess it does take up a lot more space, but it's a bit easier to work with, I would say. And I could actually have pushed this a little bit back, couldn't I? Yeah, if we do remove like one, it should be a bit easier. And I actually only need to do that for one of them. So like this, basically. And all the fuel, where do we want to put that? Let's put it over here. So again, doing that, oil comes in from one end, and then in the same area where oil comes in from the start anyway, we get the output back in, back out. Words. I do seem to remember that on my old save I did use the splitters to do this, but although it looks a little bit nicer, I'm not really fond of the whole filter setup situation. It also requires a lot of splitters because there's a lot of crossing paths all of a sudden, so we are just gonna do it this way. And this way I can also, like if I end up overproducing or whatever, I can always drag more lines out in an easy way. That is a benefit of this design. It's a bit more of a brute approach, but also a little bit, because of its simplicity, it also makes it a bit more easier to work with. And the problem with this manufacturing process is that if we only took out the hydrogen and didn't use the refined oil for anything, these would just end up clogging up and not producing anything at all. So unfortunately, we do actually have to use all this refined fuel, even if we don't really need to. But from what I remember, the combustion engines do eat up the fuel very quickly, so it's not really an issue. And since we made that factory earlier, we actually have a bunch already. Even though I'm not a big fan of them. I'll show you why in a moment. Because there's a good reason. I would consider it a good reason at least. Okay. Red science. Alright, shit, we need the graphite. Do we have any coal around here? I guess we have coal all the way up there. Should work, but... I guess we can just add this line in here. Just happens to be just enough space for one. Let's add like a little bit more space here so we can get mining. Okay, we've got another round of stream raiders. 43 units, jeez. Okay. I gotcha. Do we want haste on this one? I feel that we could probably get away with it because there's a lot of hooligans on this map. Man on Orc, what a name. Urgh. Holy shit, that rogue's got some speed. And we're not getting backdoored, so that's always nice. Yep, we're definitely wrecking them. It's a bit of a hold up there, but yeah, these guys got no chance. Victory. Toto, you get some monk scrolls, and boy, oh no, not the monk. I need a monk. I should actually put that into the sound bites as well. I know we've got the vol low, but damn. Seems like I've got some upgrades too, so I should probably invest those. That's a lot of enemies. I'll probably keep streaming, assuming that we win all the Stream Rares fights until we go to the final boss before taking a break, because it doesn't quite feel right to take a break just before the boss map. It should be fine though. Does mean that if I start streaming later, it will be, well, later as a result, I guess. Rogue, probably, right? Nope, that's a level 1. Never mind. You didn't see anything. But yeah, consider some ranged over here because of the barriers, and then some melee over here. There's then a nice swath of buff units. There you go. The game just telling you that you should consider trying out the monk, Toto. Just need to get a skin, Toto. By the way, now that I finally remember it, every time I hear your name or see your name, Toto, I keep getting reminded of this this YouTuber called what's her YouTube called again? Claire Lovecat. She does a lot of like, she has 10 cats in her house, and she makes like YouTube content, and one of her cats is actually named Toto. And all her cats are named in a similar fashion, actually, in case you're unfamiliar with her. So they're called like Toto, Dodo, Choo Choo, Lulu. Trying to remember them all because it's like 10 cats. Nana. Shit, and now I've lost track of which ones are there. But it's actually I would highly recommend it if you are into cats and for some reason or whatever can't have your own, then definitely. That's named Cat Yayo. But that's because of RimWorld though, right? Coco, that's another one of the cats. Dee is another one. TT is another one as well. I guess TT is a little bit special in that sense. Let me just find her YouTube channel, in case you're curious. And she has 2 channels actually. So one is basically like kind of a blog, or vlog, sorry, where she's not a native English speaker, so let's see here. So that would be her vlog channel. And for anyone that is wondering, you can turn on captions on her videos if you're interested in that kind. And then that's her vlog. What's the other one? The other one is called Kittysaurus, right? Yes. So that's more like what would you call it? Like planned videos, sort of. Like there's a bit of a storyline going on with those, and she like enacts the voice of all her cats, so giving them more personalities than they already have. So if you're wanting to do some cat watching, and you sometimes are in need of like stuff to watch, like when you're eating or whatever, like that's when I tend to watch YouTube at least, then I can highly recommend. Claire. Ah, yeah. Exactly. I was about to say, like, a bit surprised if you didn't know about her, but, you know. Been watching her content for a little while now. It's always something like to turn on when you're like wanting to relax. Like I have a cat myself, not in this apartment though. He's like living out his senior years back at my mom's place. Coincidentally, his name is Draco, or in English pronunciation Draco. He's a black and white cat, or a black cat with like white speckles or whatever you want to call it. And he's like an absolute unit as well. He's not particularly overweight. He's just a big cat, really. And I went all this way for no reason. Guess we might as well pick up some fuel. And since I don't get to visit my mom that frequently, having like a bit of a backup cat thing going on, I guess, is kind of nice. Okay, so this is not keeping up anymore. Oh, I'm not surprised. Okay, we can at least do something about this. Oh, welcome back, Power Dude. Hope you had a nice meal. Okay, this should do the trick. Okay, I guess we need like one or more. Probably just one. Oh, you're eating. Bon appetit then. Okay, this is much better. Yeah, I've started like hooking everything up over here. Kinda have to figure out where I want to put the bloody power generation, because that's something that always takes up way too much space for my own personal preferences. So this is why I don't like these things. First off, they have free access points on one side and 2 on the other, and they're longer than they're wide. So, oh, and the access points are on the long side, not the short side, meaning that you either get the choice between splitting the conveyor belts and then having them run along like the short end and then splitting into the sides to try and save some space, or you just run them on the long side and you just spend a lot of space in order to try and get this setup going. And neither of which options I like.
A thermal power station. Such power facilities need to consume chemical energy fuels. If you want it to generate continuous and stable power, you need to ensure a sufficient fuel supply at all times.
Okay, so we can do like this. Just put one conveyor belt, make them pass on coal to each other within sorters. I never thought about that. I never thought that about you being able to do that, but that does mean that you're limited to the speed of the sorters, though. But doesn't it have like a massive speed impact, though? And I guess it's not really that much space you save. But of course it depends on how fast they can consume fuel, and it depends on what fuel source, and like and I guess you would get that issue where you can only really, because they only have one slot, right? So you can only pass one type of fuel through at a time. So if you have like intermingling fuel or whatever, then it won't work, because then it'll like keep getting clogged and having to clear out all the fuel before it can pass on the next one. see. Yeah, I think we're just gonna stick to this. That's true. Yeah, yeah, 2. Yeah, because like if it were equal on both sides, that would be even better, because then you could at least have done 3. But I guess kind of just stuck with this, huh? Damn it. Thermal power. Wow. Milestone. Yeah, it also depends on what fuel source, right? Because different fuels take longer to burn, so... The beauty of this idea is that you can technically intermingle fuel sources. So if you put like a splitter in here and use that to sort of mix the things or whatever, I guess then you'll have the benefit that some can run on the more condensed fuel, maybe? Yeah. That's true. There's like so many factors. That's part of why I don't really like a combustible fuel source. It's like a primary way of powering your facilities. I wonder if this can reach. Oh, I probably should have let those bots come along with the ride. Oh well. Yeah, I see. Filling in the water. 'Cause we need space. And it's shaking the camera. There we go. So this is just made in the smelting facility. Right. So let's put it here, I guess. Yeah. God damn it. Let's do the inverse. Coal in here and then graphite out on the other side. Could say you're soiling yourself using all that ventilation. That's an interesting way of putting it. I would probably not do it that way, but you know, every person their fetish or something. It's just something I've been told. Okay. Don't make it lewd, oh god. Well, it's just it's natural, right? What's wrong with that? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Okay. Natural lubricant. Mmm. Okie dokes. Got freaking graphite. Is it graphite? It's graphite. Yeah, not graphene. Been playing Starbound lately. There's graphene in there, if I remember correctly. Wait, I never checked. It is a 1-to-1, right? No, fuck. Oh, okay, so it's a 2-to-1, but it takes 2 seconds to do. Oh no. No, not the math. Not the math. That also means I need to change my setup a little bit to ease my headache. So let's just do it here. Frickin' nail. Is graphene the female graphite? I don't know. And it's also, it's spelled, I'm pretty sure it's, oh, I don't know why that wasn't capital, but graphene or something. Either that, I'm just an idiot and misremembering things, but could also very much be the case. Ah, for fuck's sake, no! This is fine. This is not fine. For fuck's sake. Here I was thinking that I would be smart, just pushing it off to the side, and then I forgot to remember that we were already right at the border of the freaking zone there. That is unacceptable. It's not what I said. Can't murph the murph? What? What? I can't handle it. It's just ugly. Okay. This time we have the space. Space. You know the move. Gotta get some crystal meth. Okay, so we just split this up. Okay, still haven't even built a backend path. Path. Oh my god, now I'm completely broken. Path. Pot! God damn it! Pot, not path. Terrible. Conveyor belts are getting more crammed than my motherboard. Well, that's the aim of the game, right? Making a optimized for space factory. Well, not really, but I do like it. Like the challenge of trying to accomplish something like that. So if we just look up graphite again, so now we've sort of like evened out the equation a little bit. So it does need 2 coal over 2 seconds and produces 1 graphite over the course of 2 seconds, meaning that in effect, because we have 2 belts, and if we were to convert the resources into belts, it's 2 belts to 1 output, right? 2 in to 1 out. But it just takes 2 seconds, so because we evened out the belt stuff, we just need to worry about how long it takes now. So because it takes 2 seconds, and our belt bandwidth is, what was it again, 6 cargo per second, it just means that we just, I guess, need 12 smelters, and then we completely use up the bandwidth. We have no room for like any excess. And that's like what I remember too, like being a pretty decent trick. Just even out the bandwidth, or sorry, the belts, if you can, and then just deliver it through multiple belts, and then it's easier to figure out. Actually, it's energetic graphite. Okay. Actually, I don't give a fuck. But you're right. Lack of item, okay. Lack of power too, by the looks of it. Well, what else is new? Needs effort. It always needs effort. Let's get some of these while we're also here. Need to dump some of all this random junk that I have on me. Screw it. Can't be bothered stacking things. Just want to get rid of stuff. You can keep that though. You can keep that. I can always worry about merging all that stuff in that random container when I run out of space. This has actually been used. Yes. Think about it. Falling Down is such a good movie. Yeah, definitely. 3, 6, 9, 12. More power is required. Lily. Thank you very much. Zoom. I also need to do some upgrades on that freaking Icarus at some point, but research comes before that, so it's a prerequisite after all. Build, my minions, build. Okay, so we now have exactly what we needed, which is graphite. And this is like probably way more than we're ever gonna need, so... But it's there. In fact, we probably only really needed one factory, but now I built two. I was also looking at the Icarus actually when I popped in the game again since you know, a long time, and I can't quite make it out, but it does feel like they added a bit more like detail to the mech's metal plating. I don't know if I'm just misremembering, but I do seem to recall that it didn't really have like normal mapping for all the metallic shine and stuff, you know, like these bolts for instance on the shoulder and stuff. Just small details, of course, but I can't remember. They completely redesigned it, really. Well, I guess I'm not completely wrong then. And I suppose it's noticeable, but not much more than... like it was just a hunch, I suppose. But then again, you're always zoomed so far out, so it's like, oh, this is just a yellow blob on the map, right? It's not really like something you pay too much attention to. And I really realize a problem in my design. Got some sick abs now. Okay. Okay, let's take this design to the next level, shall we? I think if we do this, it should still work. Because this way, can have free inputs on either side, which is probably not necessary, but you know. Wow, you did energy matrix research stuff. Amazing. And yes, I just assumed his gender. Well, you did call it it. Isn't it non-gender though? Is non-gender still considered assuming gender? Oh man. Stream Raiders already? Well, let's see if we beat this first. Holy shit. The fucking... Wait, this was a boss map too. Where even is the boss? It's like a captain or something. Somewhere in the map. We've got like some suicidal guys over there. Pop it up. Let's give this a go though. Wrote something more? Oh, also gave him new animations. Right. I guess it would be an it though. Damn, 59 units. But yeah, after this I'll have to take a break though, because I also need to get some food in. And I'm making pizza today. Which... Nah, never mind. I was just thinking about preheating the oven, but no point. No point. It is homemade pizza though. Or as homemade as it can possibly be, mostly. So I shall feast tonight. And we won that no problem for Team Blood Dragons. So you finally get something that's not a monk scroll. Or you get some coins, and Mini Sphinx gets a bomber scroll. Good on ya. Wait, no, that's not the fuck. Fuck. Yeah, right. I said I would keep going until the boss. My bad. We have another half an hour. Never mind. Sorry. For some reason I was like that was the boss map, but I don't know why I thought so, because it was a bit weird too, because it was like missing the boss somewhere. My bad. We'll do one more. So this is when you all need to come in and put down your units. But yeah. Pizza has to wait, because I'm not gonna let you guys hanging on this thing, because then when I start streaming again, everyone's like gonna be off doing other things, and then it's just gonna be a nightmare. And we don't want to fail on the freaking boss map. No. That won't do. So I'll give you guys another half an hour before I take a break. Good. Good. Guess we can just take this and flip it. Flip it good. Interesting. So it doesn't copy the upper levels. Oh god. Just noticed that it sort of wanted to copy the arms as well. Gird. Okay, so our research center is over there, which isn't really doesn't really have the space. So we'll do a little bit of a redesign here too. Do I want to make a permanent installation? Okay, tell you what, we'll just do that. Because research is eternal. And there's no point in half-assing the research matrix stuff. Because you'll just end up having to go back and redo it eventually then. Why not? There's plenty of space. Don't have anything else but space. Pretty much cutting off effectively all the power in the entire base. Apart from that those two pylons, just keeping it all powered. Well, that's not exactly true. I guess we do have the combustion engines now. And this belt is steel, going over from a steel plant, okay. So, for good measure's sake, let's do the matrix. Yeah, let's do the matrix here. Just the actual matrix. Okay, so there are 6 types of research, right? If I recall. Should be an easy way to figure that out. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's white research as well. I seem to recall. Firm plants has no fuel though. Yeah. It's just that these are getting kind of clogged up because hydrogen is not being used up efficiently enough, or ongoingly. Ongoingly? That's not something you can say. But 6 inputs. Okay, so let's do this the fancy way. Fancy pants. And what would that be? Oh right, it has to be out one more. Mm-hmm. Takes a little bit of space because of the setup, but it's pretty cool, I would say. Could actually make it a little bit more compact, but not really necessary. At least from what I remember last time, it's not like you end up really running out of space ever, especially once you get to other planets for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, we can't flip things, so we do have to make both sides individually. But that is okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. I am a lazy bum. So we'll do like this. Oh wow. How did I fuck that up? And how did I not notice immediately? Oh wow. Come on. So the general idea is that now we have like 3 separate inputs, and you can just like feed one of each different color into one of those channels. And then eventually, if you need more speed, you just upgrade the conveyor belts. But from my experience, this does pretty well. Now, something we are gonna try though. So let's see here. Yes, this is allowed. Good. Goody good. I don't want to clutter up there, so this is what we're going to go with. Of course, it doesn't mean that I still have to manually hook everything up, but at least that does make it so that the majority of all the work has been done for me. Especially like all the finicky things with getting all the distances right, I suppose. Now it's just going to take like an eternity for these things to freaking build the stuff. And then we do have our red research over there. And I know the drones haven't quite gotten around to like be allowed to do their thing, but that's okay. Have to go empty your head a bit before paintball with some friends. You're sure you don't have that the opposite way around? You're not going to paintball to empty your head? Ah, just joking. Have fun though. 13 people, holy shit. Well, that sounds like fun, and I hope you enjoy. I'll see you next time, alright? If not, there's always another LAN party. Oh, okay. I see. What's the difference between... Wait, so with blueprints you can place down things you don't have? How the hell does that work? Is that why some of these are like white? I think that is. Later, power dude. That's bad news where I come from. That is actually interesting though. So with blueprints you can go and build things that you kind of can't afford, if you can say it that way. Okay, let's resupply on some things that we're low on though. Yeah, we can also use this hydrogen as fuel if I remember. Yep. So that's another thing. If we end up having like an overflow of hydrogen, if we want to continuously produce power at least, we can also take the excess from the end of this facility that makes all the red research and then feed it back into where the power plant is. So that way we keep processing all that stuff. Whoops. Guess we have a little bit excess in terms of this conveyor belt that we don't really need. Yeah, then we should be able to just like continue it over here. Might take this and move it just a little bit. Because our current red research facility is much larger than the one for the blue stuff. But since you need sort of like equal amounts, it's maybe a little bit weird if we don't like upgrade this. And we can do some things here now that we can manipulate the terrain and all that. Let's just cancel this line for now. Okay, so first off, let's straighten up some of these conveyor belts. I'm thinking now. Take that away. Okay, so science labs. Maybe I should make a setup similar to that other place, which actually requires us to remove this whole thing. Guess I can just copy paste from over here. Guess I'll have to remove this in order to copy paste it, because we can't do the overlap thing. This should be good though. The belts are going, coincidentally enough, in the right direction, so... Okay, and then we have equal amounts of facilities. Good. Good, good, good. So we'll take this thing here, and it needs to go up there. Probably don't have the supply for this new demand that we're establishing, but hey, it's a thing. And later we can always inject more down the line if we need to. It's not like that isn't allowed. We do need to change this to blue research though. Do I even have enough? I do think we have enough research. Matrix lab. Could actually run this one belt underneath to be a little bit more fancy. No power. We run this all the way there and then lower down, then we should be Gucci. Do have a lot of work queued up for our little drones now though. But let's see if we can't mitigate that a little bit. Make a core level 2. Okay. Just queuing up some upgrades. Drone engine. Alright, maybe we should do energy circuit before we do a lot of other crazy shit. So this needs the mecha core level 2, so if we do that first, then we can store more power. And if we upgrade the... where is it? Wait, what else does it need? No, it's just gray because... yeah, okay. So we get energy circuit, which allows us to produce more power as well. Then we can think about expanding our drone control, I suppose. And then later upgrade their speed. Then there's our own speed. That's kind of what I want to get in now. Just a bunch of upgrades for us. The power! If we just focus on this right hand side to begin with by putting ourselves around here so that the drones basically focus on they always focus on the nearest most stuff, right? So if we build this first, we can hopefully make more use out of the research earlier. So I guess we do need these long ass conveyor belts built. And I'm running out of power again. Can we get like a little bit of a pylon here? Yeah. Low power. Oh crap, that's why. It's like hydrogen does produce a lot of power, right? 9 megajoules, but you can't stack them high. So, though they're more efficient or whatever, they also get consumed way faster as a result of the low stack size. So you need to, or not consumed faster, but you gotta replenish it more often. I guess it's a better way to put it. I'm contemplating just playing this in the evening and then pushing off like RimWorld for tomorrow. Because my Mondays are actually very relaxed too. It's just home assignment really, so it's not an issue for me to stay up late on a Sunday actually. Don't want it to become too late, of course. But I'll probably, if I do stream tomorrow as well, it will be from earlier in the morning too, so. Because if I get up too late in the evening, I just get into that whole same issue of next week being an absolute nightmare. Right. So get this stuff hooked up again. Here we go. Let's change all of these to blue research though. Research. They look like gummies. Glowing radioactive gummies, but for some reason I can't help but think that they look kind of like candy. It's probably just the bright colors, eh? We're doing research again. Wow. It seems to be keeping up pretty okay. Takes a little while for the internal buffers to fill up, but it seems like once that's done, it's sort of like fine with just a tier 1 sorter. I can't remember, eventually like these matrix labs can be stacked very very high. Is it here? Vertical construction, here it is. So if we upgrade this, we can increase the amount of things that we stack on top. So 2 more layers to vertical lab construction and then 1 more to storage vertical construction. For the time being, this is probably more than fine though. No, I don't really need to worry about it now. Let's just complete this connection stuff. Epic artillery, thanks Toto. Hope we're doing okay over there. On the old stream raiders. Oh yeah, look at this. This is fucking awesome. Nerd. The research! Question though, how much? Oh man, they're like eating everything. It's not getting past. Yikes. Might have to do like another dedicated production plan or something because Nah. Also, this iron deposit, what is this even going to? It's not going to anywhere at the moment. So what would the next technologies be? Let's see. Titanium smelting. The next tier of logistics conveyor belts. Planetary logistics system. I think this is probably what we should focus on, because this will allow us to build logistics drones that go into these massive stations, but they're planet side still. So this is basically the equivalent of, what would that even be? Because it's not, I guess it's like a train, right? But you don't build tracks, and it's only planet side. Later you get to do interstellar logistics system, which has these vessels which require an even larger station. But we will probably need this research sooner than later, preferably before we run out of materials, local materials, because I don't want to build like a planet circumventing conveyor belt just to transfer ore around. What we can do though is that we can add some more of these. But yeah, of course, it does mean that due to this style of play, there's like large droughts of progress research-wise. Like, you're always progressing when you're building things, but it's like there's a large drought until you get to this point here, and then it just goes super fast to go through the research because you've, like, you know, over-engineered the amount of stuff that you're producing. Okay, let's take a look at the red research though, because I'm noticing it's slowing down now that it's had some time to settle. So let's see what's going on. And as expected, it's this whole manufacturing process because... can I see it here? Not really. Ah, crap. Not again. Quick, use refined fuel. And some coal. There we go. Don't want to run out of fuel in the middle of everything. Okay, so let's get back to this whole situation here. So oil refinery. What was the... Yeah, so it takes 4 seconds to convert 2 oil into 2 refined oil in 1 hydrogen. Which would be the same as saying it taking 2 seconds to refine 1 oil into 1 refined oil and half a hydrogen. If you want to like scale down the sort of crafting recipe or whatever. Meaning that if we add another belt's worth of oil, then of course, you know, you could map it out that way, but let me see. Yeah, just this. Yeah, I expected as much. So we're not really producing enough oil to even fill this up to full capacity, so... And the oil veins are very, very, very far apart, so... Should I repurpose some of our research into getting the logistics network? And then just transport the oil around? and then do all the extra stuff. Maybe. So let's just take a look again. So then this and this later requires thruster. Oh boy. Okay, I guess we can look at that later then. Of course, we can also do more efficient processing here, but hydrogen fuel rods is also something. Where even is the thruster stuff? Thruster. Here. Oh crap. That's like super expensive. Okay, then we might want to do X-ray cracking then. Hydrogen fuel rods maybe, and then thrusters. And this stuff, and then vertical construction level 1. Okay. Let me just queue this up so I don't forget it for later. 61 units. Awesome. I hope this is going to be enough. What to put down though? Should it be the stronghold or should it be a... I think stronghold might be the best because we have 2 artillery. And we want our melee units to last as long as possible. There's a lot of people in here too. And a lot of people with a lot of units. There's that battle rock that's like a pushover, really. Still not out of this yet, though. Because they do spawn in with more enemies, but it's just these line breakers, I guess. Oh, that's fuck. Oh, that could have been bad. Totally, your artillery is still alive at least. Okay, they have some units coming up in the north there. But I hope that now we get this buff for ourselves. Can sort of like outmatch them. Okay, we're now in lead in terms of units, I guess. Or we have the upper hand, I suppose. So as long as we can maintain that upper hand, we should be fine. Zoom out a little bit. Because we are fighting on 2 fronts, but they're like no big issue. Poor vampires being like harassed by these referees. And we did it! Wow! Mr. Pudgy BG gets a Flying Rogue Scroll. Totally get 50 coins, and boy, you get a Berserker Scroll. And that's it for Stream Raiders today. For now, anyways. So we'll see whether or not I return later. Oh, we got construction drone tasks. Boop doop. Oh yeah, construction drone tasks. Yeah, so they do like more than one sort of task at a time before returning to you. But this is where we're gonna take it off for now. Whoop. So let me just roll the credits, I guess, because we did get some follows this time, right? There were the people that came along with you, Toto, and there were also some people coming in here and there. Yeah, Scale were in here earlier too. I remember that now. Most recent tip is still Banana Move, of course. I was hoping, I haven't looked into it yet, but I would like to have like some kind of thing here, like mentioning anyone who's like rated, but unfortunately as part of the credits you can't really do something there. You too, Toto. See you next time as well. I hope. And I don't know if next time will be later today or whatever, but we'll see. We will see. Tumbling Satellites also...
That's cute, Steph. Do you like...
Oh my god, that was super loud. Thanks, Twitch. I see Tumbling Satellites also playing Dyson Sphere at the moment. I wonder how his setup is going. Might check him out later, but I'm probably just going to leave it here without a raid because it's going to be a little bit weird if I come back and stream later. So let's just take it from there and